Hey everyone! This is actually going to be the very first compilation I'm going to do on my channel, since this includes every single top game of the year list from 2014 all the way to 2023. A lot of my choices back then, well, let's just say, my opinion has changed as I grew older and more mature, and my understanding of video game design has evolved over the years. But nevertheless, it's fun to look back and reminisce on some of those choices. I really hope you enjoy this compilation, and let me know if you want to see more. Thank you very much, and enjoy.
What a good way to start 2015 is by to talk about all the games that came out in 2014. Truth be told, 2014 wasn't the best year for gaming, since I didn't really have a lot of those AAA or great games that I enjoyed playing, but the games that were good in 2014 were really good. So good, in fact, it was incredibly hard just to settle the placement. But I hope you guys are gonna enjoy it either way, but I have to mention two important things. One, remakes and ports are out of the list, so that means Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are out. Another thing, this is just my opinion, and it's not absolute, and everyone is gonna be different. I can guarantee that with my placement of the games of the year, you're probably gonna disagree. But instead of telling me how awful I am, why not just write in the comments what are your favorite games of the year? It can be ordered, not ordered, top 5, top 10, whatever you want to do. It's your platform, might as well use it. So without further ado, here's BladeBlur Top 10 Games of 2014.
Number 10. So you're seeing this game popping out on this top 10 list, and you're probably thinking the only reason I put it there is because of this.
Daniel Lambliano!
But you would be wrong, because I love You Don't Know Jack. In fact, more of it is always appreciated, being my favorite trivia game. But instead of just getting a new version of that, you also get 4 additional games as well. While some are duds, the others are classics.
But what I really like about the Jackbox, it's how it integrates multiplayer into the experience. Not every person you're gonna go to their home will have 4 controllers lying around to give that perfect couch multiplayer. So what do you do in this situation? You get one of those guys, and I'm pretty sure most of you do. Either a phone, a computer, or a tablet. Just go to the website, put the code in, and you can enjoy an amazing multiplayer time. And with most of the games, some of them even go up to 8 or even 100. This is incredible! Despite some latency issues, this works surprisingly well.
And as cheesy as it may sound, when I stream games, the best part about it is seeing the people in the chat involved, and no game I played this year had more interaction than the Jackbox. Even if some of the questions repeated here and there, the fun we had is more than a reason to put it on the list.
I am Cookie Masterson, and I shaved my nipples for this, so let's hurry before it grows back.
Number 9. Sometimes I just want to hate a game, especially when it gets rave reviews over and over again, building hype to such monstrous level, and then when I finally get to play it, I think it's just okay. It happened to me before, and now it happened again with Shovel Knight. But when I play it again, I noticed something really important. Shovel Knight isn't a good game for catering to our younger selves, but it's a good game because it's really well made. You can tell the people at Yacht Club Games knew how to design a platform game, not to mention each level has its own mechanics to make the experience fresh throughout. Along with a nice 8-bit aesthetics and a dose of parallax scrolling, a nice soundtrack by the chiptune virtuoso Jake Bert Kaufman, Shovel Knight deserves its praises, no doubt, even if I do respect the game more than I do like it. Number 8.
2014 was a pretty interesting year for shooters. In fact, the one I was looking forward to the most this year turned out to be the most disappointing. But there were some good shooters here and there. I mean, Far Cry 4, despite it being a derivative of the last game, was pretty entertaining for what it was. And I have to commend Call of Duty Advanced Warfare for being the best Call of Duty game in 7 years. Heck, the campaign was actually playable and fun. But the best shooter of the year is by far, and a good reason why it's on the spot of this list, Wolfenstein: The New Order. And this is why.
First of all, the story. Let's be honest guys, we don't need a game to give us a reason to hate Nazis. But the story takes a rather real perspective about the horrors of war. In addition, the game's protagonist, Blazkowicz, despite him being yet another meathead in a shooter game, has far more personality than his hulking counterparts since he actually shows emotion throughout the story in gritty monologues. Thanks to great writing and memorable characters, the game does far more than what an average FPS game does. Oh, yeah, right, there's gameplay here too. The game throws a lot on the players. Stealth kills, dual wielding, projectile knives, death-inducing lasers, you name it. The fact that the game excels in every single element makes it better than the sum of its parts. Lastly, Wolfenstein harkens to the days where FPS games didn't have the open world or be based on a current event to be popular, but just focus on simple yet memorable map design and a myriad of secrets. The game rewards players for exploring a deceptively simple game world, and the rewards are more than worth it. If you pass it by the first time, I guarantee you, the father of first-person shooters is finally back. Number 7.
Let's see how you like dealing with me.
The biggest surprise of 2014 was easily South Park's Stick of Truth. And considering all the things that went against it, it's quite an achievement. The fact that it was in development hell because of what happened at THQ, the fact that Obsidian, even though they made a good game here and there, made some serious stinkers, and most importantly, this is a South Park game, and this is its pedigree. I reviewed what I considered to be the best of the bunch, and even that game was incredibly mediocre. But what makes this game different? To sum it up, take the gameplay of Paper Mario, the contemporary setting of Earthbound, add a lot of South Park touch, and you get one of the most unique games of the year. What became wasn't the biggest RPG in the world, exploring the town of South Park was a dream come true to fans such as myself, not to mention the overabundance of secrets. The battle system wasn't the most complicated, but it was effective and fun throughout the whole adventure. It's unfortunate the game ends on a whimper despite all the great build-up beforehand, but it's such a minor gripe to begin with. For a game that was destined to be a failure, I think it's safe to say we can all go to South Park to have ourselves a time.
To honor his efforts, he will no longer be called Douchebag. New kid, I hereby dub thee Sir Douchebag. Congratulations.
Number 6. Oh boy, Mario Kart 8. Right when you play your first track, the level of polish is out of this world. The lush colors, the smooth framing, and especially the jazzy soundtrack are leagues above what the lackluster Wii version did. Oh, and the game itself plays like a dream, even if the anti-grav segments were an afterthought. The controls were much tighter, and even simpler things like the time lag to lift eraser back to the track assist in delivering a faster-paced game. Items are definitely more balanced, and the track design is amazing. Aside one choice, every single track, new or old, is bound to be a new inductee to the Mario Kart Hall of Fame. Also, Mario Kart 8 gets major points for having the best DLC ever. I'm not joking. Nintendo offering various characters and amazing Nintendo tracks for a ridiculously low price of $11.99. That price will grant you 16 tracks, which is half of the amount that's already on the disc of the game itself that costs $60. That's insane.
But the only knock I have against Mario Kart 8 is the Mute City track in the DLC. Not because I don't like Mute City or F-Zero, heck, I love them. But even if you also put into account the fact that the game has zero gravity racing, it only shows me more signs that we're not gonna see a new F-Zero game in the future. Thanks a lot, Shiggy.
Number 5.
Well, 2014 did one thing I didn't expect to happen until 2 years from now, but I caved in after talk to my friends and a few deals online. And lo and behold, I, BladeBlur, own an Xbox One.
So the main reason why I bought the Xbox One is because some of the exclusives are pretty good, but it's kind of funny that the best game on the system right now is made by a company that used to work for Sony. And that's none other than Insomniac's first game on the system, Sunset Overdrive. If you really want to enjoy the game, don't put too much attention to the story. The story is uneventful and the characters are bland stereotypes. But thankfully an extremely strong performance by Yuri Lowenthal as the male lead really allows him to stretch his acting chops far more than his usual forte. The game is definitely the funniest when it's making fun of gaming cliches more than anything else.
Wait, how do we communicate with Sam when neither of us is holding a phone?
You know, technology.
Technology.
Let's not complicate things by poking holes in the way we deliver the story, okay?
But even if you decide to put the voices or the music on mute, the gameplay far exceeds everything in this package. Sunset City is a giant playground where you can grind, bounce, wall run, vault from point to point while using a variety of goofy yet colorful weaponry. Half of the game's fun is not just doing the creative story or side missions, but just getting from point A to B and racking up as many points as possible. This was a game I almost never used the fast travel option because traversing the city was so much fun. Why is this game so high on the list? Here's the thing, when I finished those other games, I wasn't sure if I would go back to play them again. I'm still playing Sunset Overdrive. That's how fun it is. Number 4.
As much as I would like to make this list a happy occasion, sometimes there's gonna be a tragic tale. Such is the case with Guilty Gear Xrd. The original sequel to Guilty Gear and X, Guilty Gear XX, came out in 2003, and after a bajillion expansion packs, BladeBlurs, and Persona Arenas, we finally get a legitimate Guilty Gear game. And guess what? It comes out the last 2 weeks of 2014. In fact, Game Trailers reviewed this game on January 30th, 6 weeks after the release of the game originally. So you know what? I'm gonna give you guys a PSA that tells you exactly why Guilty Gear Xrd was one of the best games of 2014. And here's why.
Snap! Right off the bat, Guilty Gear Xrd is gorgeous. While the game looks like a traditional 2D fighting game, all the character models are in 3D, emulating a 2D fighter feel, which is especially breathtaking where a special overdrive move is performed and the camera moves around. The soundtrack is once again guitar shredding metal that we know and love, and even the voice acting is pretty good, now with English voices. Special mention again for Yuri Lowenthal as Batman for cracking me up.
You know the odds of a magic ship just falling from the sky for no reason? About 0.00001%, but really those odds don't mean anything, especially to you.
With the amazing graphics and the fantastic soundtrack, one thing must be remembered. It's still the same old Guilty Gear we know and love. Fast, high-octane action that provides new moves and tweaks to a solid fighting game franchise. Even the biggest complaint of the laggy online mode has been patched up in the last month, and the story mode, while lacking battles, was still engaging throughout. If you love fighting games or something to play with friends, Guilty Gear Xrd is a must-own.
You can't replace Delilah.
You only have eyes for me?
Number 3.
Frickin' duh. Okay. I will actually give a reason why it's on the list. Here you go.
The first reason is the 3DS version itself. We have a portable version of Smash Bros. That we can take anywhere. Not to mention that Smash Run, the 3DS exclusive mode, is incredibly fun. Much more than Smash Tour. But despite that mishap, everything else in Smash Bros. Wii U is so fun and engaging. Really, where should I even begin? The new stages, the new characters, the new modes that you can play? All in all, it all sums up with this. It's Smash Brothers. You know it's great, I know it's great, and that's why it's on the list.
And who can forget the Amiibos! You can play with them together in Smash Bros. And train them so they can kick your butt because they have much better AI than a normal computer, and they're just awesome to collect. Especially if you like to balance them on your head. Actually, a better idea would just be to play with them like a normal human being.
Number 2. Simply calling Shadow of Mordor just a fusion of Assassin's Creed and the Batman Arkham game is doing a huge disservice to it. Open world traversal feels far more fluid in this game compared to the misadventures of the Brotherhood, making the world itself feel contained and less bloated. Second, the combat is on par with the Batman Arkham games, and with many different upgrades to buy, it never becomes dull, especially since the enemy troops don't dwindle but populate, so we always have to be on your toes. But the Nemesis system is the real hook of the game. The stories that you make by facing off various generals and war chiefs in Mordor far surpasses the issues I had with the main narrative. Nothing like reading the mind of an unsuspecting orc, thinking that his boss has a weakness to stealth attacks, locating him from the top of a spire, and then pounce at him and finish him off with a single blow. And I will be 100% honest, I don't even like Lord of the Rings in particular. I mean, it's not bad, I just never connected to the universe. And if a guy like myself can say that, and still love a game like Shadows of Mordor, it's definitely doing one thing right. Number 1!
I admit I made a lot of past mistakes. One of those is in my top 10 most anticipated games of E3 2013. I say that those two games are gonna be top tier games, and I have no idea what was I thinking. But there was one game I was 100% sure that's gonna be a top tier. So much so that now it's my favorite game of the last year, and that is Bayonetta 2.
The original Bayonetta was already one of my all-time favorite games, but somehow Platinum Games, even without the helm of Hideki Kamiya, who mostly worked in the Wonderful 101 at the time, has managed to refine the combat even more, and added the very enjoyable Umbran climax that dished massive damage in a variety of eye-popping ways. The weapons are abundant, the secrets are plentiful, the bosses are humongous and intimidating, the challenges are ample, and even the story is better this time around. The fact that Bayonetta doesn't suffer from amnesia anymore means we can enjoy her character grow throughout the story, as well as enjoy of all the cool side characters as well.
Also, did I forget to mention one more thing? Oh yeah! This game comes bundled with Bayonetta 1, so you get both 1 and 2 for the same price. 1 and 2! 2 games for the price of 1! 2 masterful gaming experiences that everyone should try out!
Granted, Bayonetta 2 doesn't stray too far away from the original's formula, but it didn't need to. It fixed what needed to be fixed, it refined what was already very polished, and delivered one of the best gaming experiences I've had not just in 2014, but in gaming overall. Bayonetta 2 is not a game that Wii U owners need to play, it's a game that everyone needs to play, and is an instant must-own. And it is easily my favorite game of 2014.
And plus, who doesn't love amiibos? You can play with them together, they can kick your butt because they're level 50 and they know your strategies. And I'm terrible at balancing, isn't that fun? Hey guys, it's time to finally put a bow over 2015 and talk about my favorite games of that year. A month after the year ended, but let's just move on. 2015 has been pretty good, much better than 2014 in my opinion. However, it's also been much harder to make a top 10 list because there were so many good games. And this list is gonna have some very glaring omissions that some of you are not gonna like, but it's either because I haven't played some games or I just didn't like them as much as other people. But I do hope you respect my opinion, and if you want to tell me what your favorite games are, tell me in the comments, and you can also tell me how wrong I am. But I also would like to extend a special apology to Bungie for Destiny the Taken King. I do not include any remakes or expansion packs in my list for a reason, and as much as I like the Taken King and I respected a lot of the improvements it had over the original release of Destiny, it's ineligible. With that out of the way, let's talk about my top 10 games of 2015. Here we go. Pew!
Number 10.
In my top 10 fighting games of 2012 video, I mentioned the fact that I was from Israel, and growing up there, I was really convinced that the number one gaming franchise is Pro Evolution Soccer, with FIFA being a very close second. And while I have nothing personal against those games, I never really got into them because I was never really much of a sports gamer. I mean, granted, there are people who love them, and I respect that, it's just not my cup of tea. However, at the middle of last year, PlayStation Plus gave me probably my favorite soccer game of all time, and you don't even play as Zinedine Zidane headbatting stuff. You do it with an RC car instead. Let's talk about Rocket League.
It'll be pretty easy to dismiss Rocket League by just being soccer with RC cars and calling it a day, but yeah, that's all it is. and sometimes the most simple of premises make for the most fun games. It's nothing short of exhilarating thanks to a tight physics engine and its chaotic multiplayer that can be played either off or online. Yes, when I mean by offline, I mean you can actually play with a friend right next to you. Take note, Halo 5. This is one of those games that you bust out at parties and simply have crazy fun, just trying your best to aim your shot to get that coveted goal. And I think that moment when you finally score might explain to my American viewers why the rest of the world is so infatuated with soccer. Rocket League is rockin'. Number 9. Originally, I wasn't excited about Yoshi's Woolly World, mostly because the last few Yoshi games were, disappointing at the very least. But when you take the cuddly exterior of Kirby's Epic Yarn and add Yoshi gameplay to it, you get the delight that I like to call Yoshi's Woolly World. The game has fantastic visuals as it is the first Wool game to be in high definition, but more importantly, it is also very challenging, especially when you try to find every single secret hidden within the game. It's a little bit sad that it took Nintendo 20 years to get the Yoshi formula down again, but I'm glad that they did.
I can keep rambling on and on about how much I love Woolly World, and maybe all those arguments are not gonna reach to you, so I have one final one. It comes with the most adorable amiibo ever! Just look at it, it's so cute!
Number 8. Yes, I fell into the Dead Island trap. The trailer looked nice, right, but the game was rather mediocre. But I gotta give credit to Techland, the developer, after making Dying Light, because it's pretty much the same thing as Dead Island, just a whole lot better. This is what happens when you give a Polish developer time to polish their game. And yes, I know that zombie games are played out nowadays, but at least the Middle Eastern country of Haran is pretty fun to explore. Not to mention it has the best first-person parkour system in a game since Mirror's Edge. And on top of that, the combat feels very raw and visceral, and it's very fun to make the undead even more dead. Granted, the story is mediocre, but that concern is washed away the moment you learn that this game supports 4-player co-op. Techland put a lot of heart and soul into the game, and that's the reason why I highly recommend it, if only for this awesome Easter egg. The game deserves a gold medal just for that. Number 7. I admit I'm not the biggest connoisseur of horror games, since I don't like jump scares in particular. But Until Dawn managed to do something that a lot of those hardcore horror games rarely seem to do. Make me feel legitimate dread for every single step that I take within the game. I can always compliment the acting, especially from Peter Stormare as the psychiatrist, and also how spectacular the facial animations are. But that's not even the best part about Until Dawn. It's the choice system that is really the crux of the entire game, that it does so much better than other games that try to achieve the same goal. Every single choice made in the game, whether it's minuscule or grandiose, is gonna affect the game in one way or another. And when you make a mistake, it's irreversible. You can't just simply upload an older save and everything is gonna be all hunky-dory. You have to live with the mistakes that you made, and the game will make you feel bad about it. And that's why it excels where other games fail. If you have a weekend to burn, or you have this special someone who is not specifically into video games, I highly recommend checking out Until Dawn and try it out for yourself. Number 6. I had a love-hate relationship with The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. I gave up on the previous game since it was kind of slow-moving, and the first hour of Wild Hunt didn't really change my mind in the very beginning. But once the game opens up, both with its plot and especially its world, it becomes much more enthralling. For being the first game in the franchise that is in fact open world, there is a lot to uncover, and the combat is very addicting and fun, not just with the different weapons, spells, and items that you can use, but also in the ways that you can counter enemies. You can tell that CD Projekt Red put a lot of effort and heart into this game, and it really shows.
Heck, they gave us a letter of appreciation for all the gamers who buy this game. How many developers would do that? That's why it's on the list. And also because it's a really good game.
Number 5. Not only that Splatoon is Nintendo's first IP in about 15 years, it's also the first time they attempted a shooting game, and it worked phenomenally. While the single player is okay, the multiplayer is where I spent most of my time on my Wii U last year. From the huge selection of weapons and power-ups that you can use, to the varied stages. Splatoon is just perfect for those moments you just want to play a quick game for a short burst, and it's extremely exhilarating and fun. But I also have to give Nintendo immense credit for supporting the game till this day, because when the game first came out in May it was rather drab in terms of content. But as time went by, Nintendo added more content to the game, giving it a much higher value. Considering the fact this is a third-person shooting game on the Wii U of all consoles, it's nothing short of spectacular that even I, who is not very good at shooting games to begin with, can actually win here and there, and that's why Splatoon is on my list. Number 4. Many publications that celebrated the best of the last year barely mentioned Mortal Kombat X. Is that because fighting games are now a niche? I don't know, but I love this game, so I'm gonna give it the love it truly deserves. At first, I have to give this game credit for standing on its own legs. It doesn't rely on nostalgia like the last game, and it creates a lot of new characters that for the first time since probably Mortal Kombat 3 are actually likable. The fighting engine is tight as ever, and I like the fact that each character has 3 styles that vary from one another. The fatalities I think kinda went a bit over the top with the gruesome factor, but there are some pretty funny ones there too. But the real star are the brutalities. Those finishing moves have very specific requirements, and when you pull it off, it's incredibly satisfying. Heck, I managed to destroy a person from the hip up with my butt. With my butt. Number 3.
Allow me to be honest with you guys, I haven't been a frequent passenger on the hype train. Even though I do appreciate the increase of word to mouth that increases the exposure of a game, sometimes it can lead to really large disappointments. However, what I want to talk about in particular is that the hype was actually correct, where both fans and critics liked a specific game, but I didn't like so much. And I really was dumbfounded as why is this getting so many high scores. And I thought this will happen to me again with Undertale. Everyone is talking about Undertale. Undertale is the best game ever. Even Game FAQ's best game of all time. Even over Ocarina of Time. I don't get it. What's the big deal? And the fandom drove me nuts. And that unfortunately pushed me out of the game for the longest time. But I thought to myself that this is not fair. This is not how games should be judged. They should be judged on their own merit, not by external sources like these. And I have to commend Toby Fox that pretty much almost single-handedly made this entire game. And if you take all this fandom crap out of the window, Undertale is a really, really good game.
Undertale is one of those games that the less you talk about it, the more effective and memorable the experience is. But I will definitely say this. I really like the artistic style, I think the soundtrack is one of the best in years, how the script is unbelievably witty, and the idea of turning the defense mechanism of an RPG to a mini bullet hell shooter is a really clever idea. So while it's far away from the best game of all time, I do implore everyone to at least give Undertale the shot it deserves. You will not regret it. Number 2. From someone who never got into the Souls series, I love Bloodborne. Perhaps it's how improved the combat is from its spiritual predecessors that I grew to love it so much. Gone is the attack, block, attack strategy, and evading from side to side is much more integral. But evading is one thing. Learning an opponent's pattern and staggering at the right moment is one of the most rewarding gaming experiences I've ever had last year. Moments like these is what pushed me forward with Bloodborne. Yes, it's hard, it's very hard, but it's also fair. Even if you lose your entire currency, the game gives you at least a fair chance to reclaim back your fallen loot. Plus, the environments are beautifully haunting and sometimes grotesque, just like the many creatures filled within the walls of Yharnam. It's a game that rewards players that show perseverance by rewarding them with new tools to play with and new horizons to journey towards. Bloodborne engaged me so much last year that I played through the entire game twice. In fact, I plan to go and do it a third time. It's that good. Number 1!
I do have to say one thing before we move on to number 1. Yes, Konami sucks for canceling Silent Hills. And yes, Konami sucks for their treatment of Hideo Kojima. But you know what? Despite all that, they did give me my favorite game of the year. And that is none other than Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist. That's right, you can play as all your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Protagonists from Yugi, Jade, and all those characters. And you get to have so many card battles, you can fusion and synchro summon. Okay. It's Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. What did you really expect? But you know what? Even though if this game is not considered finished, I adore this game. And of course, let's find out why.
I have to give Kojima credit because he has balls. Taking a genre that's usually linear and turning it into an open world format was a risky move, but thankfully it paid off. The maps in Metal Gear Solid 5 are huge, and I've had a lot of fun exploring all the different outposts and trying to recruit as many soldiers as I can. Yes, you can kill enemies, but I think recruitment is a much more viable option because you can upgrade your existing equipment, because we always need a better cardboard box in life. But I do have to address the story since we're talking about Metal Gear Solid, a series that is well known for its overarching lore, and yes, it does take a back seat. But first and foremost, Metal Gear Solid 5 is an interactive video game. Sure, I like games like Metal Gear Solid 3 because I love the story so much, and I don't mind all of their gameplay quirks. But the point is that even if the story falters, you still don't notice when you get to the 30th hour of gameplay. So yeah, the story is not great, but other than that, not only am I gonna say that Metal Gear Solid 5 is the best stealth game of all time, it's one of the best action games of all time. And even if you're not huge into Metal Gear, and you do not understand the lore completely, I highly recommend check it out, and it's a really good reason why it's my favorite game of 2015. Plus, you have a horse that can poop on command. You have a horse that can poop on command! Need I say more?
Well, I'm doing this video again on February, but this time I have a pretty valid excuse. As you can tell, I'm not behind my regular bookshelf because I'm actually packing right now, which is rather unfortunate. This will be my last video in this space, but I think this is kind of a nice send-off since I'm talking about the best games that I played in 2016. And last year was a really good year for video games, so much so that I missed so many of the heavy hitters like Watch Dogs 2, Dishonored 2, Deus Ex Mankind Divided, Hyper Light Drifter, and sadly Fire Emblem Fates. And I love the Fire Emblem series, I just didn't really have time to dabble into it, which is really unfortunate. But I did play 10 games, and that's pretty much the reason why I'm making this video, so better late than never, as they say. Let's talk about my top 10 games from 2016. Woo!
Number 10.
When a game is in development for 10 years, concerns about its quality can lead for some very reasonable doubt, as you can tell from some previous endeavors. But that being said, Final Fantasy XV is probably my favorite game of the series since number 10. And that was 15 years ago.
Even though the game claims it's for newcomers and longtime fans alike, 15 took a lot of chances with its formula, moving over from the turn-based RPGs of yore to something like a fusion between Kingdom Hearts and Monster Hunter. Sometimes the combat can be very frenetic, but I at least enjoy my time using Noctis and his crew. And speaking of the crew, they're definitely a highlight for me. and the game manages to sell their camaraderie by having them converse throughout the adventure and bond over from car rides to camping. The game, especially with its scale into consideration, looks absolutely gorgeous, and so is the orchestral soundtrack. And while I do have some gripes like the nonsensical plot or the unbalanced difficulty, I still had fun, otherwise this wouldn't be on the list.
But despite those unfortunate missteps, Final Fantasy 15 still has a lot of great elements in it. I mean, heck, I can think of two right now. Cindy!
Number 9. Superhot is quite the power fantasy. While at first glance it might seem like your ordinary first-person shooter, it is actually one of the cleverest and stylized puzzle games in years. The concept in which time only moves when you do make you feel like you can take out a room full of goons with utmost finesse. Great moments like walking a guy in the face, grabbing his gun, shooting his colleague, and when you run out of bullets, just toss the gun at another unfortunate victim. What's even more impressive is once you clear the level, the game shows you the action in real time, clearing out the room swiftly like a kung fu action hero. While the time playing the game is brisk, it is absolutely awesome, and even you will start saying,
Super hot. Super hot.
Number 8.
When a game is being developed for over a decade, concerns about its quality can lead for some reasonable doubt. As you can see from some past wait a second, didn't I make this? Anyways, the punchline is The Last Guardian, and pretty much a similar story to Final Fantasy 15. This one is also a very good game, which is why it's on the list. Duh.
Though I'm not gonna be the first person to admit that it was pretty tough for The Last Guardian to live up to the hype, resulting in its reception from both critics and fans alike as sort of mixed. And so was I, what with the camera, controls, and do I even have to mention the AI issue with Trico? Okay, that's it, boy. Just go forward. Just go. No, don't go back. That's where we came from, Trico. No. But then I thought to myself, Trico acts like an actual pet. While at first there's an obvious fracture between you and the winged beast, as the game goes on, he becomes more obedient. The fact there is no indicator or HUD did feel kinda strange at first, but on the other hand, getting Trico to do what you want him to do felt very satisfying. The Last Guardian gives a lot to those who are willing to give it a chance, and with moments like these, how can you say no? Number 7.
I really hope people aren't gonna hate me for this one, but here it goes.
I think it's because that Uncharted 4 was my most anticipated game of 2016 that I was left a little bit disappointed. Maybe it's the fact that the combat took a step back, the pacing felt a little bit slow, or maybe one inclusion to the narrative that I didn't really like so much. But nevertheless, I cannot deny that there is still so much polish behind Uncharted 4. I mean, I have to say this first and foremost, this game is absolutely beautiful! It might be one of the best looking games of all time! And despite my fair share of annoyances with the story, I did still enjoy it, since it felt a lot more human, especially with Elena around. Which is kinda different for an over-the-top franchise like Uncharted. And of course I did like the grappling hook as well, which was actually my favorite thing to do in the multiplayer, which, yeah, the multiplayer is actually really good. So I do consider Uncharted 2 Among Thieves to be the pinnacle of the series, but Uncharted 4 is a very nice send-off to Nathan Drake's adventures. If only for this reason.
What is a fox smashing crates?
Bandicoot, and that's just what he does.
It's a fox, and it's not very realistic.
Number 6. Considering that The Witness is from the mind of Jonathan Blow who brought us Braid, it's no surprise that it's a masterclass in puzzle games. The game puts you on an island without any guidance or instructions of what to do, which is probably part of the appeal. When you run through the first few puzzles, having to move a line from one point on a flat maze to another feels like something you do in coloring books. But as you go along the adventures, the puzzles become more intricate and thus solving them feel a lot more rewarding. There are always new rules to spice things up, like colored blocks, or even solving something through the environment itself.
I actually had to bust out my phone in order to solve a puzzle when I took a picture of this structure over here just so I can continue in the game. And when a game actually makes me want to use something outside of the game mode in order to solve a puzzle, that's unbelievably smart.
If you're one of those people who does not like to be led by the hand, I guarantee that The Witness is gonna be a great time sink. Number 5. I had no expectations for Titanfall 2 whatsoever, considering how the original was a failed Xbox One killer app that felt rather anemic. But what I love about its sequel is that Respawn took what didn't work and made everything better. For one, I actually love the campaign. I had a lot of fun playing the infantry units, running and gunning, but also how natural the jumping mechanic is, going from wall to wall. In fact, the game adds so many exhilarating moments using this mechanic. I will go far and say that Titanfall 2 has the best jumping controls in a first-person shooter game ever. Oh yeah, and you also get to pilot a giant robot too. This time when you upgrade your companion, BT, with many mods like flamethrower, rockets, and of course, a freaking sword! Heck, BT is perhaps the reason why I enjoy the game's narrative so much, as his interaction with the main character with its matter-of-fact, no-nonsense attitude makes it pretty funny.
Pilot, exercise caution.
You can say that again.
Pilot, exercise caution.
My only regret is the fact that this game came between Call of Duty and EA's own Battlefield 1, which made the sales were unfortunately rather low. Which is sort of my public service announcement to let everyone know that Titanfall 2 is an amazing game, and by far my biggest surprise of 2016.
Trust me.
Number 4.
Our galaxy is in a state of crisis.
Captain Quark?
The Galactic Rangers are looking for a new recruit.
I was reprehensive about Ratchet & Clank. I expected the movie to be a fun action-adventure rob that will excite me as well as make me laugh. But it turned out to be a meandering adult film that is still shockingly the best movie tie-in in 2016. That's pretty sad.
Which explains why I didn't play the game based on the movie, based on the game, since I thought the plot lacked any cohesiveness, so to say, and felt very scattered. But you know what, guys? This is really the only negative. This game is actually really awesome!
The controls have never been tighter before, especially how simple it is to use gadgets compared to the original game. The weapons are better than ever, especially making a traditional shotgun turn enemies into pixelated mess, and of course, the Groovitron. And at the end of the day, it did improve vastly on the original Ratchet & Clank that, while good, was still rough around the edges. In a year where Sony had some great exclusives, I'm going to go and say this was by far my favorite.
Thanks for your help.
No problem. See you in the next reboot.
Number 3.
Sometimes when I want to feel like a badass, there is one game that sets me off on that mood, and that is none other than Doom. Get it? Because Doom backwards is mood. Okay, fine. I know you guys are waiting for it, so let's do it again.
In the same fashion that Wolfenstein New Order did 2 years ago, Doom 2016 combines old school game design with modern game mechanics in a masterful manner. Instead of just hiding behind a chest-high wall, Doom encourages players to just head on straight and demolish demons with utmost gusto. As someone who never really grew up with the original Doom games, I still appreciate that old school approach to level design and how everything feels contained, yet polished to a T. From the many secrets, weapons, and enemies, and even a storyline that had some genuine good moments. Doom's campaign was so good that even the issues I had with the multiplayer and snap map didn't even affect its good graces. Even if you're not a fan of the genre, I think Doom might change your mind. Number 2. I admit that 2016 was not a very good year for Nintendo, except for one franchise in particular, Pokemon. When it comes to Pokemon Sun and Moon, there are just so many things I would love to talk about, but I want to keep my thoughts concise. I think what makes Gen 7 unique is how distinct it is. Alola as a region is only separated by islands, each with their own unique habitats and customs. The shift from gyms to trials isn't something I was a huge fan of, but at the very least it did keep me guessing throughout the adventure. And speaking of it, the story did get a facelift, with better realized characters like Lily and Gladion, and the ever-lovable Team Skull, which might be my favorite villain team since, Team Rocket actually. And of course, training and battling with a new assortment of creatures is as fun as it usually has been. Also, the fact that this is the first Pokemon games with no HMs whatsoever makes it pretty good in my book. But even with all those compliments, the reason why this game is this high on the list is definitely more personal. If I'm 100% honest, due to the negative feedback that I got on my videos from 3 years ago when I talked about Pokemon, there was this rift that was created that I didn't want to be involved with those games anymore, and I started to become jaded over the franchise, even through Pokemon Omega Ruby. But not only did this game rekindle my enthusiasm about Pokemon again, but I got to be on Pokemon streams and even make my own, and try to catch shiny Pokemon, and I have met a lot of amazing friends. When I find shiny Pokemon, I'm not really much of a screamer. I'm just like, I get very excited, but I don't go, oh my god, shiny Pokemon, god, because I'm not that kind of person, so, you know, it'll be funny if the shiny shows up right when I say that. Oh my god, the shiny showed up right when I said that! Oh my god, I actually said that, and the shiny showed up! And that's the reason why I admire this game oh so very much. But you know something, guys? This is not even the number one. This is... Number 1! I can just hear the complaints of people calling me predictable, but I just can't help it. Overwatch is simply fantastic. The game just oozes with personality with its 20+ characters, and that's without even watching the animated shorts, although they do come highly recommended. Every single character is vastly different from one another, and even the maps are meticulously designed to have a lot of nuance in every single space. And boy is it addicting. Here's the truth, guys, I'm not very good at first-person shooters. Not to mention, I'm not very good when it comes to competitive play, due to a general lack of aiming prowess. But in Overwatch, the reason why I don't mind that is the fact I do feel at least I contributed something in the end, since each character has their own role. If you're a great sharpshooter, there is Hanzo and Soldier 76. If you want to help your team and heal them up, there is Lucio and Mercy. The point is that there is a character for any kind of playstyle, and even people like me who are not good with the genre can find someone that they like to play as. I usually like to main at least one character in each area, so I can accommodate myself in the best team composition possible. And when a team is in sync and everything is working like clockwork, victories feel unbelievably well earned. Overwatch is charming, addicting, expertly crafted, and the most importantly, it's just fun. And I see no problem calling it my favorite game of 2016. Also gotta love it for having my waifu Tracer. Now, well, a guy can dream. 2017 might be one of the best years for video games. So much so that every month felt that we're getting a barrage of fantastic titles. Because of that, I'm expanding my list to be twice as long, because I believe there are some games out there that slip through the cracks that also deserve a little bit of the spotlight.
Let me just set a few rules before we start, though. The first, which you're probably familiar with, no remakes or ports, which this year it's rather a shame because I would have loved to talk about the Crash and Sane trilogy, but rules are rules. Second is that, well, I haven't played everything under the sun. Even though the list is definitely bigger, it doesn't mean I had time to pretty much mess with everything, so some of the games I missed are right here, which I wish I could have included, but, you know, time.
And of course, it's my opinion, and you're definitely gonna disagree with this list, but instead of being mean about it, just write in the comments what games you liked. Buckle up your seats, everyone. It's time for my top 20 games of 2017. Oh boy, what did I get myself into?
I think it's safe to say that the Nintendo Switch became the darling of 2017. Not only that it's a vast improvement over their clunky predecessor, but I do think it's an amazing hybrid between console and handheld, so much so it's probably my favorite gimmick Nintendo has done ever, I must say. And the fact that it's sold very well means that the user base is definitely bigger, which means I can actually play online against multiple people in games like Splatoon 2.
Bolstering some new weapons and a couple of new modes like Salmaron, Splatoon 2 remains a fun multiplayer shooter that we all know and love. Not to mention that the single-player campaign is also pretty fun. I would rave about it more, but the main issue I got is that it does feel like deja vu. I do of course like the music, the charming writing, but it still feels like more of the same old Splatoon that it kind of feels like a deluxe version. Like, you know, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Which is probably one of the most fun games I've played all year on the Switch, so I kind of want to give it a nod. You know what? Both of those games are going to share this entry now because my list. It is hard for me to describe Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice without sounding negative about it, despite the fact this is exactly what the game was going for. The independent game by Ninja Theory pits Senua as she journeys into a bleak and harrowing world, although the real challenge lies within her mind. The game serves as a metaphor for psychosis, as Senua keeps being pestered by voices that downright berates her throughout the entire game.
You're so close to the darkness. Go back. Can you feel it?
For every step I took in Hellblade, I just felt dread and anxiety the whole entire time, and I felt that even in combat my life was incredibly fleeting. And none of this could have worked if it weren't for Melina Jurgensen's amazing performance. And she was originally Ninja Theory's video editor.
You did this! No! No!
And when you also take into account the phenomenal sound design, it's no surprise how many accolades Hellblade has gotten so far. It's a cerebral game that will challenge you, and while you won't leave away with a smile, it doesn't make it any less of a groundbreaking experience. SteamWorld Dig 2 is pretty much what happens when you take Terraria and add more RPG and platforming elements to it. With the mysterious disappearance of the lead character from the last game, Rusty, it's up for his pal Dorothy to find out his whereabouts and discover a conspiracy in the process. While the story is better, the star of course is the gameplay. Going deep underground, mining for resources, coming back and then exchanging them for currency to buy more upgrades may sound like a chore, but thanks to the tight controls and brisk pace is a second nature and becomes incredibly addicting. While I played it on the PS4, I actually recommend it try that on the Nintendo Switch because I think this game is perfect for that pick up and play mentality. SteamWorld Dig 2 is terrific, and if you still doubt its placement on the list, well, this game has a hookshot and a jetpack, and that's mandatory list material right there. It has to be on. Tekken 7. I really wanted to love Tekken 7. But when you remove core features like team battle, it's hard for me to like you. So in this fighting game Juggernaut match, I'm giving it to Injustice 2. For one, the story mode proves that NetherRealm Studios are eons above any other company when it comes to both the writing and acting. But even more so, it features some of the best facial animations in a video game this side of LA Noire. There are a lot of DC superheroes and villains to choose from, and each one of them has their own unique moveset, and one jaw-dropping super move that pretty much shatters the fabric of reality. While I don't think it's a huge step up from its predecessor, I do think that Injustice 2 is a very fun fighting game. If anything, it's a terrific palate cleanser after Justice League. Bleh.
Despite the low placement on this list, not only I think that South Park The Fractured But Whole is better than the last couple of seasons of the show, but personally, I enjoyed it more than The Stick of Truth. Now, I know it's a controversial opinion, but trust me, I have a couple reasons to back it up.
For one, I just prefer the superhero setting since the Coon and Friends were some of my favorite episodes of South Park, and I just like superheroes in general. The other reason? I just like the combat much more. The turn-based grid system reminded me a lot of Mega Man Battle Network, but in all the good ways, since you can also choose your own superhero class and see how it meshes with the other characters in the game. While I did like roaming around the daytime and doing all the side missions, the real fun in the game lies in the crazy night missions, because that's when the story gets really good. There are so many other things I would like to discuss about Fractured But Whole, but due to the mature content I need to refrain myself, but if you are of the right age, I highly recommend you go to South Park to have yourself a time. Didn't I say that before when I talked about South Park? After its successful Kickstarter campaign, it was pretty easy to see why people were looking forward to Yooka-Laylee, but after the mediocre reviews, let's just say that people were disappointed. But I do like 3D platformers, so that's the reason why I'm giving this spot to Hat in Time. I never played any of the betas of this game, but I was captivated from the very start. Everything from how adorable Hat Kid's reactions are, to how unique each chapter looks and plays. Chapter 2 alone is a standout for having to help two bickering directors by becoming a star in their movies. That right there is Paper Mario territory of great writing.
I also want to give a shout out to the voice acting, which was surprisingly very amusing, and I did chuckle in many spots. And it's also very cool that I actually know some of the people in the cast. Special shout out to a good friend of mine, Eileen Monty, who voiced Mustache Girl.
Are you ready to take down some mafia? Let's do it! I'm psyched!
And I know some people might not like the placement of this game, but it's mostly due to some issues I had with the controls, especially when I missed those tantrums every single time. Also, not a big fan of the third world, which is sadly a quarter of the game. But even with those nitpicks, A Hat in Time is beloved by many for a reason. I really hope the game garnered a moderate success so this becomes a franchise. And considering this is all coming from a small team, the only thing I got to say is, hats off to them. This is what I wanted Uncharted 4 to be like. I know I gave that game number 7 of 2016, but that was mostly because in retrospect, that year as a whole was rather underwhelming. Lost Legacy, despite of its seemingly low placement, is a vast improvement over the fourth installment, which is hard to believe since it was originally supposed to be just mere DLC. Fan favorite Chloe Frazier takes over lead character duties alongside Nadine Ross from the last game, and the two share a much more interesting dynamic than Nathan Drake and his bore of a brother ever did. Every single chapter, from the bustling streets of India all the way to the final train sequence, are absolutely exhilarating. But the highlight is Chapter 4, where the game puts you in a confined area, and you pretty much have to use a map to figure out what to do next. And there is even a cool side quest in which you can get an optional item that helps treasure hunting, which is usually the most boring part of those games, actually fun to partake in. The game may be short, but it never overstays its welcome. And if this is the direction that the series is going with Chloe at the helm, I'm more than happy to embark on another adventure. Okay, I'm coming clean. I haven't finished this game yet, so that probably explains why this placing is somewhat low. But even then, I should give this game the proper praise it deserves. In an age where turn-based Japanese RPGs seem to be completely passé, it's really nice to see Persona 5 not only rejuvenate that genre, but also inject it with style. And oh boy is this game stylish. Not only the anime-inspired graphics are absolutely beautiful, but the menus are perhaps the best of any game in recent memory. So much so that the battle UI has become a meme on its own around the internet. Even though, like the rest of the franchise, I do think the story starts off rather slow, thankfully the wonderful cast of characters are so engaging that I just kept pushing through. Lastly, the soundtrack. Oh my god, is it good. I would usually go on a spiel as to why, but honestly, all you need is just to listen to Last Surprise.
You never see it coming. You see that my mind is the best for eyes. You
Whew, oh boy, is Wolfenstein 2 a gut punch. Even though I think that the New Order overall had better level design and more interesting places to explore, the new Colossus is still a very enjoyable game. The continuing adventures of BJ Blazkowicz took a turn for the worse, as the Nazis won World War II, and our main protagonist is now weaker than ever. The game does not shy away from showing you how tormented he actually is, by tackling some really harsh subject matters like domestic abuse that feel very adult and genuine. And while those moments felt real on the other side of the coin, Wolfenstein 2 features some of the most bonkers moments I've seen in a video game ever in my life.
Okay, here's my pitch. Even if you don't like first-person shooter games in particular, let alone play the original game, I highly recommend just play Wolfenstein 2 on easy mode, because in my humble opinion, it has the best story in any first-person shooter game I have ever played. And I guarantee there's gonna be at least one moment in this game that'll make your mouth open wide.
Does it top the holy trinity of the FPSs from last year? No, but I do think it's the best shooter of 2017.
Grace told me that you know a way into the Oberkommando. You get me in there, I will use this nuke to blow the top brass of the Nazi leadership to smithereens.
Yes! Yes, of course! That sounds so good.
I'm not all that big into the Assassin's Creed franchise since the only game that I truly loved was 2, but Origins might be the best game since. For one, the series finally has a new likable protagonist in the form of Bayek. Not only he delivers his lines with genuine charm and confidence, but his story with his young son and wife is the crux of the whole game and is what holds the entire narrative together. Aside from that, Origins feels like a first real evolution to the series formula. While you can still climb on towers to unlock markers on the map, at least the locations themselves feel more expansive and visually interesting. The world is a joy to explore, from the arid deserts, the quaint cities, to the many tombs that you can raid. The combat is vastly improved, now with a new leveling up system that includes a handy skill tree with new abilities for Bayek to learn, like using his pet hawk to harass enemies. It isn't perfect, but Assassin's Creed Origins is a major step up for the franchise that has been stagnating for quite a while now, and if Ubisoft keeps up with this, I'm all on board. Just no more Animus storyline, please. Like, ever. I'm pretty sure that many of you are probably disappointed that Silent Hills is never gonna come out because Konami, but if you really want to get your first-person horror fix, I highly recommend Resident Evil 7. This game is a return to form after the shift to a more action-based gameplay that 4 helped revolutionize. It's really fascinating to see Resident Evil return to a more humble roots where you just have a spooky mansion to explore, and thankfully now with better controls and first-person aiming that works remarkably well. It harkens back to the days with limited ammo, unique puzzles, and of course the tight level design that makes backtracking actually engaging. Even the story is more effective this time around because the main character Ethan isn't some badass special agent, and his opposition, the Baker family, pose an insurmountable threat. Jack Baker alone is a reason to own this game. He is terrifying, sure, but not without the campy charm the series is known for.
Welcome to the family, son.
What really surprised me is that as much as I like this game, apparently the VR is the preferred method to play it. But if I want to ensure that my bowels stay in my body, yeah, I'm gonna skip it.
It's funny how I own every single game in the Yakuza series, yet I've never sat down and played any of them. Lucky for me that Yakuza 0 came out last year, and I can experience the tale of Kazuma Kiryu from its first chronological point. Since the game takes place in the late 80s, it's pretty interesting to see the humble beginnings of Kazuma Kiryu, but the real star of the show is the other playable character, Goro Majima. I don't know much about him, apparently he's getting much more insane as the series goes on, but let's just say every scene he's in is electrifying. While I do think the cutscene can be a little bit wordy and lengthy at times, it doesn't detract from how expertly directed they are, not to mention the fantastic acting. It's kind of funny too when the scenes can be dramatic like this, and then shift to this. It's even more amazing that even the sub-stories of this game can be engaging, from helping a girl pretending to be her boyfriend to assisting a rock band to become tougher. As for the gameplay, Yakuza 0 is by far the most badass game on this list. I have never played a brawl that has such visceral and outlandish moves, and each time I perform a hit action, I'm just astonished of what's going on screen. What's even more amazing is the sheer amount of side activities. From playing pool, darts, and even classic arcade games. Yakuza 0 may not be for everyone, but this is a perfect starting point if you were ever curious about this cult classic.
This shouldn't work. This, on all accounts and purposes, shouldn't have been as good as it actually is. I am not a big fan of the rabbits at all. To me, they pretty much annoy me ever since they took the spotlight in Rayman Raving Rabbits, and they're pretty much the equivalent of the minions from Despicable Me. And yet leave it to an endorsement by Shigeru Miyamoto and a very passionate director, and I had to give this game a shot, and well, I love it.
A lot of people call this game XCOM Lite, but I do think it undersells it, despite the fact of how easy it is to get into. What I love about this game is that no turn feels wasted, and the fact you can use other characters to perform jumping combos in order to move more efficiently around the map makes it far more enjoyable than it has any right to be. Pulling off satisfying combos with multiple abilities is one of the most satisfying gaming experiences I've had all year. In addition, the exploration segments between the action are charming, with many puzzles to solve, and even the humor is actually funny, which I wasn't expecting from a Rabbids game. The orchestral soundtrack is terrific thanks to Grant Kirkhope, because if there is anyone else that would touch the Mario soundtrack, leave it to the guy who did Banjo-Kazooie. The game is far from perfect, as I do think some characters are pretty awful, like Princess Peach. But considering all the bad rap the rabbit's gotten over the years, and the fact that really no one was expecting this to be good to begin with, this is by far the biggest surprise of 2017, and I highly recommend it.
To me, nights ago, the only words you know, mushrooms won't end the pain. Time for the Fanta to start his reign.
I had no idea what to expect from Nier Automata. I didn't know who Yoko Taro was by name, let alone played any of his previous games because of their shoddy critical reception. But let Platinum Games help him out, and our crazy tour finally got himself a game that I can say is downright near perfect.
I like the setting in which humanity has long abandoned Earth because of all the dangers on the planet, and androids are now the force that pretty much have to eradicate said danger so the Earth can become inhabitable again. And while the goal might seem simple for 2B and Air Companion 9S, it's anything but. The game quickly goes to Kojima levels of insanity as the story goes on, and yet it is very profound and touching. The narrative is the driving force of the game, as it does raise a lot of questions regarding humanity, existentialism, and even reproduction? But as I stated, none of this would work if the gameplay wasn't fun, and while it's no Bayonetta level, the combat is definitely flowing and fast-paced. There are even moments when the game becomes a 2D shooter and unleashing all the firepower on a giant boss is immensely satisfying. I highly recommend you should pick Nier Automata up, but if you need any further convincing, Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
It's safe to say that Nintendo had an amazing 2017, and even Sony wasn't a slouch, but Microsoft, not so much.
For the record, I do not dislike Microsoft. In fact, I did buy an Xbox One X last year after selling my original system. I just wish the machine had more original titles to justify my purchase, but unfortunately Microsoft's lineup was very dull. Except, of course, one game that you all know that took the entire internet by storm, and that is none other than Cuphead.
I think what makes Cuphead such a phenomenal game is how the graphics and gameplay complement each other perfectly. Yes, Cuphead is tough, and I died a lot, but the controls are precise and pitch perfect, and I never felt cheated because I was able to learn every single pattern. But the reason why I plowed through this game despite how many times I met my demise is because I really wanted to see what's gonna come up in the next level. The creativity on display throughout the game's many levels and bosses encouraged me to try harder just so I can witness everything it had to offer. And when I did beat a boss, the sense of fulfillment felt absolutely unparalleled. The creators of this game, the Moldenhauer brothers, actually had to mortgage their house just so they can finish this game. And you can tell that they and their team put a lot of effort into every single frame of animation. Not to mention that the jazzy soundtrack is absolutely great and definitely gets your blood pumping. If anything, I am glad this game is a major success, because this team absolutely earned it. I know that some of you might be upset that Super Mario Odyssey is not number 1, but then again, I would consider the top 7 to be masterclass in their own respective genre, and there is no doubt that Mario is the maestro of 3D platformers. Super Mario Odyssey's controls are absolutely perfect. They are precise and they give you so much maneuverability that is close to perfection. Using Cappy is incredibly fun, even if I wish it didn't really rely so much on motion controls, and the possession ability is so much fun to use. Anything from controlling Koopas, Goombas, Pokio the Flingy Bird, which honestly needs its own game, and of course, meat. Just meat. Combine that with a vast variety of worlds to explore and a ridiculous amounts of secrets to uncover, with the most obscure Mario references yet, it's hard to not fall in love with this game. It even had one of my favorite moments of the entire year when I finally got to New Donk City. You know what I'm talking about. While I do wish the game had more traditional platforming segments like in Mario Galaxy, and I don't think every world was amazing, I can't deny that Nintendo did make something special. If you own a Nintendo Switch, this must be in your collection.
2017 is going to be remembered as blank is the Dark Souls of blank, like Crash the Insane Trilogy is the Dark Souls of platformers. But there was one game that captured the Dark Souls formula to a T that I wish got more recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the point of the video where I'm gonna gush over Neo.
Neo, not to be confused with the protagonist of the Matrix franchise, is an action game set in feudal Japan, imbued with yokai folklore and other mystical elements. What makes it different than Dark Souls is the fact that this game is much faster, which makes a lot of sense since it's made by Team Ninja, the people who gave us Ninja Gaiden. But even with the pedigree that this game has, I was not expecting such variety from the combat. Ninja magic and cool items notwithstanding, I'm just shocked with the fact that despite how many weapons you get, each one of them has 3 different stances that affect not only your movement, but the kind of attacks you can use, making the combat incredibly dynamic. While there are many ways to beat enemies, it doesn't change the fact that the game is extremely tough, and you will die a lot. I can keep gushing about the bosses, the levels, and the weapons, but at the end of the day, Neo was the game I spent the most time on in 2017, considering how lengthy the whole experience was. Honestly, I wish this didn't come out in 2017, so it actually got some recognition during the Best of the Year discussions from other publications. But this is my platform to say that you must try Neo out. If you love Japanese mythology and fast-paced action games that can be a little bit difficult at times yet fulfilling, Neo is an absolute masterpiece. Horizon Zero Dawn was definitely a pleasant surprise. No one was expecting Guerrilla Games, the makers of the Killzone series, to make an action-adventure game, but lo and behold, they knocked it out of the park. Horizon has, by far, my favorite setting in a video game this year. It takes place in the far future, but humanity lives in primitive tribes because they dread technology so much. There's a lot of mystery and intrigue as to what happened to that old world, and in the center of it there is Aloy, a young girl with an interesting past that might be connected to everything. But beside the mystery, there are other reasons why I love this game so much. Let me cut to the chase. Did you see how beautiful this game is? I don't even have a 4K TV and it looks absolutely gorgeous. I have played my fair share of open world games, but very few of them pit me against giant robotic animals. And using your bow and arrow alongside useful traps makes hunting all those exotic creatures all the more exhilarating. I especially loved climbing the tallnecks because they're basically a moving version of the towers from the Assassin's Creed games, and they definitely breathe new life to this old cliché.
I don't say stuff like this often, and well, it might be considered hyperbole, but as a PS4 owner for more than 4 years, in my opinion, Horizon Zero Dawn is the best exclusive on the PlayStation 4. If you don't own the system yet and you always wanted to get one, this must be in your collection.
This game is an enthralling experience, and I recommend everyone to venture towards the horizon. I admit I had many concerns going into Breath of the Wild. The biggest being the shift to an open world design and making it feel more like Skyrim than, say, Zelda. But those concerns were put to rest the moment I got the paraglider, and I finally got to explore this amazing world brought to us by the visionaries from Nintendo. The thing about Breath of the Wild is, despite its size, there is so much to do on every inch in Hyrule that it's hard to ever get bored. From completing the many shrines that feature some mind-bending puzzles that are all extremely unique, to finding some amazing secrets including the very elusive Koroks. I don't think the combat gets enough credit, but pulling off a slow-mo flurry attack was one of the most fun things I've ever done in any Zelda game. And yeah, I do admit that weapon durability is an issue. But then again, the world is so organic that you can solve problems in so many unique ways that it didn't really bother me. It's the kind of game that I wish I could talk about more, but honestly, it's about you as the player making your own experience in this wonderful world. I think only time will tell if this is my favorite game in the franchise, but I do think it's safe to say that Breath of the Wild is nothing short of legendary. Usually I do a fake out, but you've been watching this video for 30 minutes, and I can imagine you know what this is going to be, so let's just do it. Sega! I love Sonic Mania! Sonic Mania is as close to a perfect Sonic game I could ever ask for.
And thank God for that, because usually Sonic forces some kind of a random gimmick we just don't like.
Thanks to the efforts of Christian Whitehead, Simon Tomley, and the other talented developers who were originally part of the Sonic fan game community, they concocted a game that far transcends just being a mere fan creation. It's one thing to capture the visual style of the Genesis games, but it's another to ensure the controls are spot on. But Mania not only did that, but also added the cool drop dash move that allows you to boost mid-air. And while the new levels are by far the highlight of this game, the older levels get enough new twists and mechanics to make them feel fresh as they did 2 decades ago. Even a previously generic level like Metallic Manus has a lot of neat surprises in store. It has perhaps the best special stages in Sonic history, and playing as Tails and Knuckles is also extremely fun. And the music, oh god, the music, I love it! T-Lopes, you have composed my favorite soundtrack of 2017, so much though I actually bought the vinyl record of it. That's how much. But really, why is it #1? Well, here is the thing. Sonic Mania is a sequel I always wanted to my favorite game of all time, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. A game that helped me a lot during my childhood to put a smile on my face whenever I had a bad day at school. Sonic Mania is the closest game to have captured that essence. A game I find myself playing throughout the year because I need to let off some steam.
It brought me back to a much more innocent and magical time when I was really anticipating a game. I remember August 14th and seeing the countdown to where I can finally play it, and when it finally hit 0, I never pressed X so fast in my life, and I pretty much plowed through the game in about 5 hours in one single sitting. It was such a wonderful time that brought me back to my childhood.
And it's also delightful to tell other people that I love Sonic Mania, and I'm not scoffed or ridiculed for enjoying the franchise. And yes, I know that Sonic Forces came out, and that game wasn't very good. But Sonic Mania wasn't only admired by the fans, but people who actually work as professionals in video game journalism, and that to me is a huge deal. The reason why I make top lists every year is because I enjoy video games so much, and because they brought me so much joy, I'd like to award the best of the best. In perhaps one of the best years in video game history, it is more than an honor for me to award Sonic Mania as my #1 game of 2017.
Okay, this technically couldn't be a part of the list, but can I just include the Switch Pro Controller Xenoblade 2 style? I mean, just look at it. It's so incredibly cool. I mean, how can you say no to this thing? It's pretty. Well, it's that time of the year again. For the 5th time in a row, it's time for me to rank my top favorite games of the year. And if you actually think I'm gonna do 20 this time, you're wrong.
While 2017 was a megaton of a year, it only made sense that things are gonna slow down in 2018. And while there were definitely some disappointing titles, as a whole I was actually pleasantly surprised that this year of gaming was a lot better than I originally anticipated. Even reducing the list back to only 10 games proved to be quite a difficult task.
And as per tradition, ports and remasters are ineligible, which is kind of a shame because 2018 was actually a pretty good year for them, like with Spyro the Reignited Trilogy, Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, and of course Shadow of the Colossus. And as expected, I haven't played every single game, so some definitely slipped through the cracks, and I wish if I had more time, I would have loved to play any of these guys, but sadly it just wasn't in the cards this year.
With that out of the way, let us officially begin my top 10 games of 2018. Capcom is a company with many classic titles under their belt. Street Fighter, Resident Evil, and of course, Mega Man. But while the Blue Bomber had a pretty good return, it wasn't the company's fastest selling title of all time. That honor goes to Monster Hunter World. For the first time, instead of being segregated into small zones, each one of the game's landscape is a huge area teeming with life. Not only it's full of things to collect, but intimidating monsters to slay. The world feels more alive than ever before, as opposing monsters not only attack players, but even each other, which is ridiculous. It can take a while to take one of those behemoths down, but the moment that fanfare plays, it's absolutely satisfying. There are still some issues, like the tutorials being too wordy and not everything in the game is properly explained, but the good definitely outweighs the bad. Just having a fast travel option is already a gift. And considering you can team up to 4 people in one monster hunting squad, it's like playing a boss rush with friends. And plus, you can have a cat cook for you. Need I say more? "2018 was quite a revelatory year for me when it came down to Dragon Quest. I actually got to meet the creator, Yuji Horii, in a couple of conventions. Honestly, I never really played a game in the franchise before, but decided to double in finally by playing Dragon Quest XI. I think it's a really good game, but not good enough to secure the spot, which goes to the other big JRPG of the year, Octopath Traveler. Which honestly quite surprised me because I'm not a huge fan of Bravely Default, and yet Octopath won me over instantly. The game has this unique graphical style that evokes 16-bit RPGs, as well as having a fantastic orchestral soundtrack. The real showstopper is the battle system, not only that it's easy to grasp, but has a really tight pacing that never feels sluggish. My main 2 gripes in the game that none of the 8 main characters actually interact with one of each other in their story path, which is rather disappointing. Not to mention I thought we're done with the age of random encounters at this point. But I will give credit for trying something new in the genre. And while I admit that I haven't finished the game myself, I will say that this is the most fun I've had with a Japanese RPG in a long time.
How was that?
Guess what I finally managed to purchase in 2018? If you said that PC Engine Gore graphics, you're absolutely correct! And I'm also genuinely surprised. How did you do that?
So I finally caved in and jumped into the world of PlayStation VR after years of doubting the fad. Initially, I didn't think there are enough core games to justify a rather hefty investment. I mean, come on, did Tekken 7 really need a VR mode? Really? I also had this personal issue of intense migraines while playing faster games like Wipeout, so yeah, I was pretty down on VR as a whole. However, before I was ready to throw in the towel, the VR world managed to absorb me with the simplest of games, Tetris. And yeah, from the outset I would admit this choice seems kind of odd. It's just Tetris. It doesn't even have multiplayer. What is it doing so high on this list? Well, this game isn't just a simple block-dropping puzzler, but an experience. Crafted by the brilliant mind of Tetsuya Mizuguchi of Rez and Luminous fame, Tetris Effect is visually an auditory marvel. The way blocks swivel and drop with a bit of the music is simply genius, and the alluring neon visual that keep changing coinciding with it is nothing short of mesmerizing. The game's main mode is called Journey for a good reason. It feels as if you're being transported to those amazing locales. Even without the VR, this game can be enjoyable, but with this gimmick, it manages to transcend above itself. If you just want a game to immerse yourself in, look no further. I admit at first I didn't really care for Dead Cells because I'm not a big fan of roguelike games. Or is it roguelite? Whatever. Losing all your progress after making one mistake from some unforeseen circumstance can be the most demoralizing thing ever. But thankfully, I'm so glad I was wrong about it. What makes Dead Cells different than its companions is the control. Every sword slash, projectile, or trap control absolutely perfectly. Jumping and dodging is also incredibly fluid, and having a helpful indicator that signals when enemies attack is extremely helpful. Even if every single level is procedurally generated, learning how enemies behave and how to use tools is half of the fun.
And yeah, sure, it can be unrelenting at times, but it's always fun to come back for more, just to see if you can make it to the next area or find that cool new weapon. It takes the best part of exploration games like in Metroid, combining it with really tight combat like in Castlevania. So if you put those two together, you'll get a Metroid thing!
I usually don't fall into the trappings of the indie darling. Just because a game is made by a small studio and gets rave reviews doesn't guarantee I'm gonna love it as well. But even sometimes I can admit defeat. Yes, Celeste is a good game. It's great even. Madeline is a young girl who wants to climb the highest peak of Mount Celeste, but no one really knows exactly why she wants to do it. She just has to. What makes Celeste a genius game is the fact that its poignant story treats the issues of anxiety and depression in a very mature and relatable way. And also, I don't want to spoil much, but it also translates to the gameplay itself. It's a tough game, but it's also fair too. And while dying is frequent, at least it's possible to go back to the beginning of a checkpoint, and those are plentiful. Executing perfect jumps in a consecutive manner has been the biggest joy I've had in a platformer of its style since Super Meat Boy. Every level has its own unique gimmick that never overstays its welcome, making the journey fresh throughout. And there's plenty of secrets to unlock, including those strawberries that are very tricky to get. So yeah, I agree. Celeste is fantastic, and the big fuss around it is absolutely justified. Oh yeah, and the music is great too. "2018 has been one of the best years in fighting games since, 2012 probably. Do any of you guys remember I did that top 10 list back in the day? Anyway, when it comes to pugilism, there were many picks. From crossover games like BladeBlur Cross Tag Battle, to some favorites coming back like with Soul Calibur 6.
And while those games were good, there was one game that was able to ascend above everyone else. Get it? Because Super Saiyan
Dragon Ball FighterZ did the unthinkable. It gave us not only the best fighting game in the franchise, but one that is generally considered tournament material. Let's get the obvious point right off the bat. This is the closest a video game has been close to capture the Dragon Ball spirit, not just in visual fidelity, but also the lavish flair accompanying it. The combat is both fast and frantic, and every character gets a chance to shine. Even Yamcha. I'm not kidding, I actually main as Yamcha. Also, despite the fact this game has a pretty good roster of characters including DLC, I'm pretty sure most people would go with a team of Gokus versus a team of Vegetas. Sure, the story mode isn't great, and the menu system could have been simplified, but when it comes to sheer adrenaline, spectacle, and in-your-face action, no one does it better than Dragon Ball FighterZ. Plus, you can download a flow song to the soundtrack, so it's an instant 10 out of 10! As I mentioned earlier, Tetris Effect was pretty good, and it also taught me an important lesson. VR games don't have to be in first person the whole time. Even third person games can benefit from the treatment. And even though I love Tetris Effect, my actual favorite VR game of the year has to go to Astrobot Rescue Mission. At first glance, it's easy to see this game as a run-of-the-mill platformer, but its brilliance shines right from the get-go. Looking around to find the next platform to jump to is nothing short of revolutionary. There is just something incredibly innovating using yourself as the camera to find all the secret bots, which makes it really fulfilling to collect everything. But even taking that aside, this is just an expertly made platform game. And not only the levels are amazing, but the bosses aren't too shabby either. This game is a testament for great game design and easily one of the best platformers I've played in years. God of War being as great as it is probably the biggest shock to many. Kratos as a character was one of the most one-note protagonists of all time, and a drastic change to a behind-the-back camera angle came out of left field. But thankfully, this facelift rejuvenated the series with perhaps its best title to date. Not only Kratos is now a multifaceted character, but his son Atreus gives him the layer of humanity he was missing this entire time. Even the talks the two have while sailing or adventuring are interesting to listen to, especially with Mimir thrown into the mix. Combat is great. Even enemies that try to flank from behind, which would be an issue with the camera angle, can still be handled pretty swiftly, and Atreus can even use his arrows to stun or electrify enemies for Kratos to dispatch. Exploring the lands of Norse mythology is absolutely breathtaking, and the adventure holds many more secrets than any of the previous games combined. Even with some of the small issues I had, I can't deny what a monumental achievement God of War is. It's definitely a must-own. Before we talk about the next game, let us embark on a time-traveling journey all the way back to March of 2018. That's Splatoon 1, what? Wait, are they gonna be in Smash Brothers? Are they announcing Smash? I called it! I called it! I called it! Come on, you expected me to talk about fighting games that came out this year and not put Super Smash Bros. On this list? And I'll be the first to admit that maybe I've ranked Super Smash Bros. 4 a tad higher than I should have back in 2014. I actually find that game extremely lacking in character. But Super Smash Bros. Ultimate? Not only this Switch game isn't just a Wii U port that's now its definitive edition, but this right here is a full-fledged sequel. Every single character in the Smash catalog comes back with new tweaks, having more than 70 unique characters. There was something incredibly fulfilling actually starting out with only 8 of the original Smash characters and then having a full roster by the end of it. There are over 100 different stages, and while there are a few new ones, I'm just so happy we got so many of the classics, especially the ones that were on the DS game, now in full HD. And there is over 900 different music tracks in this game, and considering the quality of them, that's insane! And for once, the single-player campaign, The World of Light, is actually really good. And yes, I know I'm part of the minority, but I really enjoy this unique take on the event mode from the previous titles. Each spirit battle has its own special condition related to its history. For example, Metal Sonic Spirit makes Sonic coated in metal. I think that's pretty cool. War of Light alone took me 30 hours to finish, and I'm still trying to collect every single spirit on the board. The amount of features is astounding, and it's clear to see how Sakurai and his team pour their heart and souls into this game. I can imagine this game being played for years to come, and a title of Ultimate has never been more appropriate than ever before. Usually I do a fake out, but I can imagine you know what this is going to be, so let's just do it. I love Sonic Mania! Sonic Mania is as close to a perfect Sonic game I could ever ask for.
And really, how it can be anything else but Sonic Mania? It finally has a physical form, you can play as both Mighty the Armadillo and Ray the Flying Squirrel, there is an Encore mode, you can play the multiplayer up to 4 players. How can you possibly say no to that? It's because this game only won my top award last year, and honestly, Sonic Mania Plus is literally just DLC. So, let's talk about the real #1, shall we? Oh yeah.
My actual #1 game of the year is Marvel's Spider-Man, if it wasn't as clear-cut as you might think. Before playing this game, I went back to my original Xbox and played Spider-Man 2 for the first time to see what all the fuss was about being the best Spidey game ever made. And yes, the physics behind the swinging is incredibly fun, but the game itself is far from great. You can tell me with a good conscience that this final boss is well designed. No! No! Insomniac's Spidey just blows it out of the water, not even a question about it. Not only it looks and sound better, which is of course given because of the generational gap, but the controls have been streamlined to make traversal easier than ever before. Their last game, Sunset Overdrive, was to be the pinnacle of open world movement. 4 years later, and some of the most fun I had in this game was literally swinging from point A to B. The combat is also great, not just because it's easy to string combos, but using Spidey's abilities like his web shooters is extremely fun to use and it's incredibly cinematic. None of the story missions ever repeat themselves and they all feel unique, and I enjoy doing pretty much every sub-mission in the entire game. Even the stealth missions, and I didn't expect to have so much fun just sneaking around and taking each enemy one by one and hanging them on lampposts. It's so cool! And you know what? I even enjoy the Peter Parker missions when you do science experiments. It felt like solving a Ratchet & Clank puzzle.
Seriously, I can just gush on and on about how much I love this game. But I would like to dedicate this entry to the man behind the character, Stan Lee. I watched Spider-Man the Animated Series and X-Men religiously as a kid. I played a huge variety of Marvel video games, and I can safely say that the Marvel Cinematic Universe has become my favorite film series of all time. It's true that Stan Lee had many collaborators over the years, but there is no denying his individual impact not just on comic books, but entertainment in general.
I'm bringing this up because Marvel's Spider-Man is officially my favorite superhero game. And if you asked me years ago if I would ever give the #1 spot to a licensed game of all things, I would laugh at your face. But when you give this franchise to some of the most creative developers in the business, there shouldn't be any surprise this game is this high of a caliber. That's why I have no doubt in my mind that Marvel's Spider-Man is my favorite game of 2018.
You know what's better than a Xenoblade 2 Switch Pro controller? The Super Smash Bros. Switch Pro controller, that's what! You were probably asking yourself, why am I doing a top 10 games of 2019 when it's May right now? Well, I got a few reasons. One, it's my tradition and I would really feel bad skipping a year after doing this for 5 years. But the main reason is because of what's going on in the world right now with the quarantine and everything. And I know it's been a depressing time for many of you. And you know what? If you have to be stuck in a very small space, at least make it a happy place by enjoying what you do, which I hope is video games. And there are a lot of good games that came out last year and I want to celebrate them since, well, I owe video games a lot. So without further ado, here are my top 10 games that came out in 2019.
I'm going to confess, I have never played the original Luigi's Mansion game until last year. Despite its critical acclaim, I thought it was, just okay. The sequel didn't do much to entice me to the series either, but when I went to E3 last year, I got a taste of what all the hype was about.
When I went to E3 2019, I actually had a chance to play Luigi's Mansion 3, and I was hyped for the game ever since. Not to mention I actually got to meet the voice of Mario and Luigi, Charles Martinet, before I got to play the game, and that's pretty cool!
Luigi's Mansion 3 is easily my favorite game in the series. Not only that it looks amazing, but the animation is probably the best I've seen in any Nintendo game to date. Just look at Luigi's expressiveness. All the different floors have unique themes that add a much needed personality to the franchise. And even the multiplayer offerings aren't too bad, for the most part. The best part for me was Luigi itself, since a lot of the best puzzles in the game revolved around using its abilities to continue on. Luigi's Mansion 3 is a spooky and charming adventure every Switch owner will definitely enjoy.
Okay. Oh. I can dig it!
But sometimes something crawls out from behind the poster. And the ones that see it happen freak out and try to forget what they saw. I'm here. Why did you bring me here?
Control is a game that is wrapped with a lot of mystery. Just stepping into the eerie bureau of Control trying to look for answers is enough to draw anyone to its psychedelic world. It helps that the main character, Jessie, has some of the most fun abilities in recent memory. Her weapon of choice, the service weapon, can have several modes it can adjust on the fly. It can be either an auto-firing machine gun to becoming even a sniper rifle. But of course, the main show stealer are their psychic powers, as Jessie can fling objects at enemies, control their minds, and later on in the game she can even fly in the air. The only elements that bring Control down for me are their arcane map design, which might be the worst I've ever seen in a game since it does a poor job of showing altitude, and the enemies that can get pretty cheap with their one-hit death projectiles. But other than that, Control is one heck of a trip that I don't really want to unveil too much about. I'm just saying that if you're looking for more intrigue in your action games, you need look no further. Originally when I wrote this entry, I had Mortal Kombat 11 much lower. Mostly because I was disappointed with the direction the story went, going with the whole time travel aspect of Mortal Kombat 9 did. Not to mention some of the more questionable casting choices, so yeah, I was a bit let down. So what changed? Well, in one word, aftermath. I know it's not exactly fair to include a DLC that came out in 2020 for our list in 2019, but considering how late this video is coming out and the many technical difficulties I had to deal with, this only helps improving Mortal Kombat 11 in my eyes. MK11 is by far the best fighting game when it comes to production values. The graphics are amazing, facial animations are top-notch, and the story mode alone has cinematography that can rival actual movies, no joke. The fighting system got a nice overhaul with some new mechanics to use, but not forgetting some old classics like the devastating fatal blows. The Crypt is now a fully realized 3D adventure filled with puzzles to complete, which is pretty awesome. I just wish its rewards weren't randomized and didn't feel like a grind. MK11 may not be my favorite of the franchise, but it does do a lot of things right, and shows the series isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Also major points for including movie Shang Tsung in the game. I love you, Ed Boon.
Your talent is mine.
Oh, you can take my soul anytime. That is if I had a soul to begin with.
I probably have to explain why I have Sword and Shield so low on this list, especially after I put Sun and Moon at number 2 for 2016, which, if I go back, I would definitely place it a whole lot lower now. But trust me, I have a reason that I put Sword and Shield low, and it's not exactly what you may think.
Most criticism that I saw against Sword and Shield were its visuals, and while I do agree the frame rate in the wild area could have been a lot better, I am honestly just happy to see Pokemon in HD. This is the first mainline console game in the series, and I did appreciate the fidelity upgrade to its models and menus. My main gripe, however, is the story as a whole. I did like some of the characters, especially Sonia because she's downright adorable. I just really found very little to do with Galar itself, and it didn't really have much of a personality. I especially dislike the pacing of the endgame, which the game takes an odd turn during the championship for no apparent reason. More importantly, I do think a lot of the mechanics of Gen 8 will be dated by the time Gen 9 will come out. Maybe the wild area is some sort of a prototype for having the entire game being open-ended and players can choose which gyms to go to and tackle them at their own pace. I will admit I did enjoy Gen 8 more than I did 6 and 7, thanks to the shiny raids that I had the fortune of participating in as a shiny collector, and of course the battles are just as fun as ever. So yeah, it may not be the best Pokemon title in the world, and I know it has a lot of controversy, but I spent close to 500 hours on it, and that has to mount for something, right? Borderlands is kind of like comfort food for me. Yeah, I know the third game in the series has garnered quite a lot of infamy, but I want to give credit to the developers who put their utmost effort into this game. A more viable criticism is the story took a giant nosedive. And no, not because of those streamer twins that granted can be kind of annoying, but the wretched Ava.
Yes! That's so freaking cool, I want to die instantly. I'm gonna be a Vault Hunter too. Or I would be if you assigned me more than just guarding a dusty-ass library and staring at water for like 100 hours.
Still, the gameplay loop of Borderlands remains some of the most fun I've ever had in a shooter. Explore a new area, defeat enemies, collect new weapons, upgrade abilities, and so on. And the amount of customization for each of the characters is staggering. In addition, a lot of necessary updates were done to the aging formula. Not only that players can complete a mission without having to backtrack all the way to the person who gave them the quest, but there's an actual fast travel feature that you can do anywhere in the map, thank God! This is a wonderful game to lose yourself into, especially if you have up to 3 friends to play with. And if that doesn't work, well, there is always Mad Moxie, and how can you say no to that? Why do Kickstarters disappoint me so much? First, there was Mighty Number 9 that was a definite letdown, and while Yooka-Laylee wasn't as bad, it could have been much better.
And then finally, last year, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night came out. And will it actually repeat the other 2 games in the Trinity? Thankfully, no. Bloodstained is frickin' amazing.
Bloodstained is a sequel to Symphony of the Night that we always yearned for, but even that sells the game a little bit short. For one, the main character Miriam can collect shards that grant her new abilities, either conjuring a weapon from thin air or summoning familiars. It's a shame the process seems to be kind of painful though. The crafting mechanic is deep, allowing players to upgrade weapons and abilities, and even making food can increase stats when the situation is dire. And of course, I'll be remiss if I didn't mention that Solid Snake himself, David Hayter, is part of the cast. Woo!
I knew what you are. That ghastly air about you. You reek of sorcery, Shardbinder.
Bloodstained would have been a lot higher if I didn't run into a couple of game-breaking glitches. I played this game on PS4 Pro, and about 85% of the time, I had to wait 90 seconds to actually continue playing this game after death. This definitely broke my immersion, and a lot of the time I thought I had to restart the entire game because I thought something was legitimately broken. But your experience may vary. Still, despite some of those awful technical flaws, Bloodstained remains one of the best Kickstarted games ever, and is highly recommended for anyone who wants a new Metroidvania. Considering I've never been big into Fallout, the fact that the Outer Worlds is this high is definitely surprising. But why? Why does this game do much better? Well, for one, I love space exploration. 2, the writing is sharp, and the dark humor fits the atmosphere well, especially when you have Vesgil Parvati in your party.
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome! Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling.
3, I love the mix of shooting and RPG elements, since slowing down time can help maim enemies in critical moments. But the most important aspect to me is the freedom the game gives you as a player. Sure, putting points into weapons can help you storm a stronghold, but I find myself investing in more conversational skills than anything else. In fact, The Outer Worlds is the only game that I felt compelled staying away from the usual goody-two-shoes path I always partake in games. I lied, I swindled, I even intimidated when it was necessary. And for once, I didn't feel bad at all. Morality isn't always black and white, and many of the characters reflect that, even if the supposed good guys have a very dark edge to them. This is one of the best RPGs I've played in recent memory. And if you like losing yourself in a living and breathing world, you'll feel just at home on the deck of the Unreliable.
Who's the sweetest boy? Who is it?
Error. Unable to process the specific customer service request. Please repeat the order.
Yeah, you are.
My usual rule for top 10s is no remakes are allowed. So why is Resident Evil 2 on the list? Well, I believe that RE2 diverges so much from the original that it feels like its own unique game. Sure, it follows the narrative of the original game, and even the level design is pretty similar, but just about everything else is different. As someone who isn't that big into survival horror games, I always love the action of the franchise. 2 is a wonderful marriage between the slower pace of the classic games while still having tight controls like the later games in the series. It's also great that you get 2 different campaigns, and even after you finish them, there is an alternate version of their campaigns. There is a lot of replay value going on. And I can gush on and on about this game, but I especially want to commend the sound mixing. The scariest moments are the ones where there are no enemies on screen, but you can hear something is looming in the distance. The amount of times I heard Mr. X approach me with his booming steps in the background was one of the most terrifying moments I've had. Resident Evil 2 Remake is a technical marvel, and I implore all of you, even if you're a little bit scared, to check it out. Man, Capcom has been on an upward streak recently. The disappointing Street Fighter V has improved significantly since release, Mega Man 11 outdid Mighty No. 9 easily, the Resident Evil franchise is stronger than it ever was, and Monster Hunter World is one of the most profitable games of all time. So what is left for Capcom? How about bringing back an old friend? Devil May Cry 5 is the sequel I have always been waiting for. And mind you, I didn't even hate Ninja Theory's DMC like most people did. But even I can say it's nice to see OG Dante back in action. Heck, even Nero, a character I sort of despised the last time he showed up, has actually become relatable in this installment. Each of the three main characters are a blast to play with. Nero can use his prosthetic devil-bringing arms to dish out pain. Dante has all of his classic styles and some new toys to play with, including a motorcycle he can use as an actual weapon, oh my god! And even newcomer V, who plays much more slowly, offers a unique twist to gameplay with his familiars. The action is fluid, and thanks to the RE engine adding flair and spectacle to the franchise. I have a hard time deciding whether or not this game or the third is the best in the series, but at the very least, it's one of the best games I've played in recent memory. When Fire Emblem Three Houses was originally announced, I admit I was worried. The school setting, to me, felt like Nintendo is trying to sterilize the violence. I am so glad I was wrong, since the new setting is absolutely fantastic. Right from the get-go, choosing a house is a monumental decision, since each have their own story paths to partake in. It's great that every single student has their own class and can be taught a variety of different skills that can improve their performance in battles. And the tactical battles that the series is known for are as great as ever. But all of this wouldn't matter if the characters weren't good. And honestly, this might be the best Fire Emblem cast to date. The entire game is voiced and the performances are stellar. Each character is well written, performed, and nuanced. I watched every single support conversation just so I get to learn more about my ragtag crew. I can complain about some technical elements that are being omitted, like the weapon triangle, but it really doesn't matter to me in the grand scheme of things. Three Houses was released in a time that I really deemed it necessary. Right when my life was just getting worse, immersing myself into this deep and engrossing adventure is exactly what I needed. Finishing the Blue Lions campaign took me 90 hours, and the Golden Deer's not much shorter than that. Without gushing for hours about how excellent this game is, I can safely say that Fire Emblem Three Houses is by far my favorite game of 2019. Thank you all very much for watching, and I do hope the 2020 list won't come out in September at this rate.
So 2020 was a thing.
Let's cut to the chase. 2020 wasn't what I would call a good year in general. But thankfully, despite all the bad stuff that happened to us, the games ended up pretty good actually. It's really amazing that so many developers had to transition to a work-from-home situation and it delivers such great and unique experiences.
The same rules still apply. No ports, and some games definitely went through the cracks so I couldn't get to play everything. In particular, I really wish I had time for Yakuza Like a Dragon, but I'm probably gonna play it once it gets to PS5. But the most important disclaimer of this entire video is that in 2020, I got to be a part of the team who made Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time. So because of that, this game is ineligible to be on the list.
With all that out of the way, let's delve into my top 10 games of 2020. If imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, then Nintendo should definitely feel flattered by Immortals Phoenix Rising. And yeah, it is definitely a Breath of the Wild copycat, but I consider it more of a loving homage than blatant plagiarism. Unlike the bloated, empty areas that plague most of Ubisoft's titles, the game has a much smaller, dense area with more enjoyable activities. There is absolutely no hand-holding, as players are free to explore their heart's content. Besides designated challenge vaults, which are pretty much the shrines from Breath of the Wild, there are some clever puzzles hidden throughout the open world itself to solve. Not only that puzzle solving is engaging, but so is the combat. Stringing combos with Phoenix's weapons, alongside parrying and dodging enemy attacks, has a good rhythm to it. It becomes even more extravagant once new abilities are unlocked too. Granted, there are some polish issues. Aiming throwable items can be kind of a pain, and some physics-based puzzles have shoddy execution. This one in particular made me so frustrated I had to look a guide online to see how to solve it, only to figure out I was just doing everything right and I was just being incredibly unlucky. And the humor is definitely subjective, and I know this is weird coming from me, but some of the jokes definitely don't hit. But warts and all, this is a pretty engaging experience that you can just sink in so many hours into. Plus, I have to give it credit for teaching me more about Greek mythology. Even though this is not the last game on the list to feature a game based on Greek mythology. I love the PlayStation 5. Not only that the launch lineup was better than both the PS3 and the PS4, but the hardware upgrades, including the revolutionary DualSense controller, definitely make this a complete package. And if you really need any proof, look no further than Astro's Playroom. This game is the perfect showcase for the capabilities of the PlayStation 5. The non-existent load times, the haptic feedback, the adaptive triggers, and even the motion controls function. The fact that every owner of this amazing console gets this charming platformer for absolutely free is mind-boggling. But quite frankly, the biggest reason why I adore this game so much are all the secrets. Many of the items that can be found harken to the days of the PlayStation lineage, and all the Easter eggs that can be found will bound to put a smile on your face, especially if you've been gaming along for the last 25 years or so. Just because this game is a free pack-in doesn't make it a tech demo. In fact, this little game has so much more heart than some of the biggest games in the market today. Astro's Playroom is imaginative, fun, delightful, and absolutely worth the price of admission of a PS5, if you can get one. When Sony first unveiled the PlayStation 3 at E3 2005, they showed this tech demo, and that is when the hype first began. I wasn't expecting a Final Fantasy VII remake, I thought this was purely a tech demo. But lo and behold, a decade later, they actually announced the game. So everyone rejoiced, even though they had to wait 5 more years to actually get the game. And the good news? Square treated this with the absolute respect it deserves. Safe to say I was a little bit skeptical when I heard the game only covers the beginning portion of the original game, but thanks to all the flair it has thanks to its production values, I was entertained from beginning to end. The action set pieces are thrilling, the graphics are beautiful, and the soundtrack is great while never being redundant since no track repeats more than a few times. All of the cast is instantly endearing, but especially the Avalanche trio. Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse barely got a few lines in the original, and now they're fully fleshed out characters that I want to see more of. The biggest hook for me was the combat system. Square finally managed to handle real-time combat and weave it in with classic turn-based conventions. Took me a while to figure it out, I admit, but once I realized that linking materia can actually shift the tide of battle, I was instantly hooked. This system is incredibly fun. As much as I want to rank this game higher, the story definitely feels padded to say the least. Chapters could have been shortened or cut outright to deliver a more cohesive story. Does the Midgar portion of this remake need to be 40 hours long? What does that even leave the next chapter with? And will Nomura be able to screw it up somehow? I don't know, but at least there's one thing that I can say. It was way better than Final Fantasy 15.
It's just a house.
beats your ordinary house.
Buckle up, everyone. This is gonna be quite a doozy. Oh boy.
I remember when Neil Druckmann from Naughty Dog had an interview with Kotaku when he said that unlike the original game's theme of love, as in how much you would go to save the one you care about most, the sequel is going to focus around the theme of hatred. And from that moment, I knew this game is going to upset me quite a bit. And there are many story points that I'm not gonna spoil that definitely upsetted me, but honestly, I rather commend Druckmann and his team for the goal they had to push boundaries when it comes to storytelling in video games. Even if the feeling I got caused my stomach to churn, it caused a reaction, and I like to be challenged when I play a game. And I really have to commend the cast for the outstanding job, especially Laura Bailey, who did not deserve the backlash she got because the way she portrayed Abby is nothing short of stellar. Naughty Dog managed to elevate its gritty stealth gameplay. The enemy AI is second to none, as they flank you from all directions, and even dogs can pick up your scent immediately and catch you off guard. Using the expensive environment to catch an enemy off guard was incredibly satisfying. And of course, it's perhaps the most graphically impressive game that ever came out on the PlayStation 4. I'm not only talking about the beautiful grassy, decaying open areas, but the individual desolate apartments are so detailed, it's easy to start theorizing what did people do before the outbreak started. So, with all that said and done, why can I place this game any higher than this spot? Honestly, this experience might have been a bit too harrowing for me. This isn't a short game, and the melancholy does not let up throughout its 25-hour runtime. The lack of any levity or some semblance of an emotion that isn't distilled hatred made this a very unpleasant experience. And I know, it's by design, but this didn't happen to me with the original game. Ellie in particular added a lot of fun and snark to contrast the rather depressing narrative, which is why as a player you wanted to root for Hera and Joel to survive. And I don't mind that Ellie changed since the first game, that's perfectly understandable, but none of the other characters really balance her new perspective on life, which makes playing her kind of a chore. Wow, I think this might have been the longest I've ever spent on a single entry in my top 10s, and ironically, this isn't even my number 1. But I will say this, for a game about death, it's amazing how it made me appreciate on how fleeting life can be, and in a year like 2020, that's definitely an achievement. Sometimes a game comes around that I have no idea how to classify, and Bugsnax is definitely one of the most imaginative games I have played in years. It's very akin to being a nature explorer on TV and finding those unique creatures that you learn more about throughout your adventure. Capturing those elusive creatures is a puzzle of its own since there are so many unique gadgets that players can use to obtain them. But the true surprise for me was perhaps my favorite story I've played throughout the entire year. I never expected a game featuring a character like Chandlo Funkbun to make me care as much as I did. No matter how outlandish the premise is, the interpersonal relationships felt endearing and real that they grounded the whole experience. The writing and acting are so great to the point I wanted to do every single side quest just so I can learn more about the denizens of Snacktooth Island. Honestly, I would like to tell you so much more about Bugsnax, but it's a game you definitely want to experience yourself because there is so much more beneath the surface. This is a journey you definitely want to embark on. And it also gets extra points for Bunger.
Bunger? Bunger, 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 bunger.
It's good back!
You know what? That does it. In this video, I'm going to coin a new term. If there is a game that comes out that I absolutely adore and no one else talks about, I'm gonna say it got Neo'd. And you know why? Because Neo 2 is as spectacular as its predecessor. It's by far the best Souls game not to be made by From Software. Just the fact there are so many weapons, and there's 3 stances to each, and a plethora of different attacks that can be used make it one of the deepest games for action fans to play. And on top of that, it adds some really helpful mechanics that will help some of those who struggle with the first one. While the demon forms that were introduced in this game were pretty cool looking, their main function is to use the burst counter. Unlockable attacks in Souls games can be pretty devastating one-hit kills, but using burst counter at the right moment to nullify the attack is some of the most satisfying gaming moments I have had throughout the year. I really don't know what else to say. I've been preaching about this game 3 years ago with the original, and I don't know what else to say about the sequel. Oh, I know! Do you have a PS5? Are you one of those people who really enjoy the Demon's Souls remake? Well, get Neo! Considering that this game and its predecessor recently got remasters for the PS5, you have absolutely no excuse. As much as I had fun with the PlayStation 5, I can say the same for the Xbox Series X. It's a great machine, I just wish there were more games for it. But one definitely stood out, and that's Ori and the Will of the Wisps. I finally got a chance to play The Blind Forest, and it was definitely expertly made, but isn't without its flaws, especially the very mediocre combat. Will of the Wisps took the one flaw the original game had and fixed it completely. The combat is really enjoyable, especially with all the different attacks that Ori can use. Enemies are harder to take down, but thanks to the new arsenal, it's far more engaging, and not to mention the absolutely terrific bosses. Traversal was also massively improved as Ori gets new abilities like a handy side dash that more than often help me through tough jumps. It's much more forgiving with an automatic save feature and an upgrade system that feels less rigid and allows players to invest in the abilities they see fit. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention how emotionally moving this game is. With very little dialogue, this game managed to make its Walden characters. For every sad and crushing moment, there is a cute moment that will actually put a smile on your face too. I am not ashamed to admit, this game made me cry twice, and there are very few pieces of media, let alone games, that caused me to have such a strong reaction. Ori and the Will of the Wisps is as touching as it is masterfully designed, and a game that should absolutely not be missed. Allow me to give you a small history lesson. This right here is Greg Kasavin, one of the premier game reviewers of GameSpot in the early 2000s. He left the site around 2007 in order to start his own career in the video game industry until he finally founded his own company, Supergiant Games. And yeah, they made some pretty awesome stuff that I just never had the time to play, until now with Hades. Yep, you knew this game is gonna show up on the list, so let's talk how great it is now. Hades is a roguelite game through and through, going from room to room, beating up enemies with a variety of weapons, dying over and over, rinse and repeat. But what makes it stand out in its genre is its story. It's amazing how a game takes a simple premise of escaping Tartarus and weaves it into the mechanic of roguelite games. You can spend hours dying over and over, dozens of hours, and yet the character dialogue never repeats itself. And more importantly, everything is so well written in voice. Heck, My favorite character might be Hades himself, and besides being a giant unstoppable force, he's usually at his desk dealing with paperwork and berating his son. In addition, the combat and controls in this game are nothing short of sublime. Every maneuver feels precise, and experimenting with all different weapons and buffs make each run unique. Every death I knew was due to my own faults, and I learned through my own mishaps how to become better. To me, it's amazing a game that relies on such a repetitive formula can find ways to surprise and innovate dozens of hours in, even past the initial credits roll. The sheer commitment of Supergiant to imbue so much character into this genre helps Hades transcend above its competitors, and it's one hell of a time. At the tail end of March, when this whole pandemic started, there was this one game that came out at the perfect time that I needed during quarantine. A game I can just immerse myself in and not have any care in the world. And that game is Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal takes everything that worked in Doom 2016 and makes it better. It's one of those games that I never dread going to a room full of enemies. In fact, I'm filled with glee. Because man, all the creative ways you can kill demons in this game is just staggering. Each weapon has 2 mods that players can experiment with, grenades that can freeze enemies, a chainsaw that can help you replenish ammo, and of course the glory kills that no matter how many times I do them, they never ever get old. Ever. And I really enjoyed the platforming too. And I know it's kind of a hot take to platform in a first-person shooter, but thanks to the myriad of moves the Doom guy has, like climbing on walls or swinging on monkey bars, it was incredibly fun. Not to mention all the cool secrets that can be found thanks to those techniques. Speaking of opinions I'm clearly the minority at, I like the fact I'm not just in Hell or in Mars, and I get to explore different kind of planets and areas. I am the person who grew up with platformers, so I'm used to going from grassfold to icefold, so I like the visual change in scenery. And speaking of things that appeal to me, that's really the reason why Doom Eternal is so high. I just have this arcade sensibility when it comes to gaming. I don't like to be bombarded by story or just slog through lots of prologue material. I just want to press start and go. Even though the story moments in Doom Eternal did make me chuckle here and there. And you know what? If that's the kind of game you like, I cannot recommend this game enough. Give Doom Eternal a chance, you won't regret it. For all the years in which both Insomniac and Naughty Dog got all the acclaims, it's really refreshing when Sucker Punch goes away with the gold medal. Ghost of Tsushima is one fantastic video game. This wonderful homage to Japanese cinema captivated me from the very beginning. This war sequence alone, when you ride on your horse, you noticing the flaming arrows in the sky, fighting hordes of Mongolians. Oh my god, it's so well executed. I was lucky enough to play this game for the first time on the PlayStation 5, and man, that 60 FPS boost makes the action appear so much more fluid. And heck, even not on PlayStation 5, those visuals are absolutely stunning! From every corner of Tsushima Island, just seeing how the grass sways, and all different particle effects like rain or snow. Sucker Punch outdone themselves. This is some of the best graphics on the system. An element of the game I don't see celebrated often is the story, as I personally really enjoy the tale of Jin Sakai, a samurai that's been struggling to keep his honorable code versus doing whatever it takes to save the land. As beautiful as this game is, it doesn't shy from the horrors of war, and you can see it throughout the entire story, meeting all the different side characters. Special shout out to Lady Masako, who is pretty much the most badass older lady in video game history. Combat is visceral and dynamic. Despite a lack of a dedicated lock-on feature, it's simple to aim at a specific enemy and switch around sword stances in order to deal with the right weapon. And if you're opposed to direct confrontation, being a stealthy ninja is just as fulfilling, especially impaling a poor Mongolian with a sword. But the main reason why this game is number 1 is a little bit more personal. At a certain point, I had to send my PlayStation 5 for repair, and when I got it back, I found out that my save file for Ghost of Tsushima was not backed up, so 18 hours of progress were completely lost. So what did I do? I just hopped back onto the saddle. The experience meant so much to me that I didn't care that I had to grind the first act again. And in a year where escapism was incredibly necessary to drown myself from all the terrible things that happen in the world, Ghost of Tsushima gave me the joy I needed, and that is exactly why it's my number 1 game from 2020. Thank you all for watching. Many of you might be asking, why am I doing a top 10 games video, especially when half of this year already passed? Honestly, this has been a tradition since 2014, and I enjoy celebrating great video games. Simple as that. This is all the preamble I'm gonna give ya, so let's just get straight to it. Here are my top 10 games for 2021. Every year when I make a top 10 list, there is always this obligatory indie darling that manages to crack in. This year it goes to Kena, Bridge of Spirits. Or is it Kina? I don't know, they keep changing their pronunciation all the time throughout the dialogue. But I know what you're thinking. How is this game, with those kind of graphics, an indie game? Frankly, I ask myself that question to this day, since this game looks like on par, or even better than some AAA games. But graphics alone does not a good game make. The environments are fun to explore, and later puzzle elements feel incredibly satisfying to solve. There are some enemies that would pose a threat, and thankfully Kena has a pretty reliable staff that can give the smackdown to those awful creatures. And later on, that same staff can become a makeshift bow, which is downright awesome. And of course, I will be remiss if I don't mention the rots. Yes, they're adorable, but they can also help Kena power up her moves for devastating effect. Kena Bridge of Spirits is a charming adventure that harkens back to the classic days of 3D adventure games, and it's bound to put a smile on your face throughout its runtime.
Hi. Oh, it's all right.
Oh boy, Halo Infinite had quite the tumultuous history. Between development issues due to departures and that infamous 2020 reveal video featuring everyone's favorite, Craig. This is the return to form we wanted from Halo for years now, and the shooting action is stellar, with both old and new weapons, but most importantly, the best gadget I could ever ask for, the grappling hook. I always say, if you add a grappling hook to a video game, you raise the score by at least 1 point. Not only it can be used to swing around or grapple to enemies, but it can be used to hijack weapons and even enemy vehicles. I always felt so vulnerable when someone was about to run me over with a ghost, but then it's like, nope, hijacked, so it's so satisfying. The open world format might not be the most inspired since a lot of the areas look pretty similar, but from a technical perspective, there's almost no loading screen and there's just a lot to explore. I even enjoy the story this time around. Just the fact there's some new characters to inject some life and personality into the narrative makes it far more engaging. The multiplayer is also pretty fun, but I do wish it had some staying power. The progression system definitely needs some tweaking. But you know what? I trust 343 Studios. The Halo Master Chief Collection had a pretty rough launch, and they improved it significantly. Plus, we're supposed to get that co-op soon, so that's pretty cool. Halo Infinite isn't without its flaws, but at the end of the day, where it matters, the gameplay, it's incredibly fun, which makes it very easy to recommend.
You have one bullet against an entire army. What can you do on your own?
I told you. It's enough.
So I see.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting on themselves, they blamed the beasts, heaven, or hell.
I admit at first that Guilty Gear Strive didn't exactly scratch my fighting game itch. It mostly gave me a sense of deja vu with Guilty Gear XR that came out 7 years prior. Strive looks better for sure, but the wow factor has definitely waned. Not to mention returning to the non-interactive story mode was a disappointment for me. Seems like a feature more suited for a streaming service than a high-paced fighting game. But despite all that, once I actually sat down and learned the new mechanics, I started to have fun. Guilty Gear Strive is the most accessible the series has ever been. Thanks to the new Gatling combo system, string moves together is much easier than before. There is also a good tutorial system explaining all the nitty-gritty stuff, even Roman cancels. I've been playing this series for over 20 years, and I finally understand what Roman cancels are. The fact that Strive manages to turn a niche series into a mainstream phenomenon is a testament to its success. The cast of characters is great, it looks amazing, especially in motion, and the soundtrack is an absolute banger. Overall, when it comes to Guilty Gear Strive, this game is absolute heaven.
Know the smell of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest curveball I'm ever gonna have in my lists ever. There are two things I know nothing about: cars and sports, especially sports. But as for cars, all I know is that, well, they can take you from point A to B. So I've avoided the realistic car racing genre for the longest time, until I started playing the Forza Horizon series. The series taught me that no matter my ineptitude with automobiles, it's just fun to race around in an open area, and Forza Horizon 5 is the apex of the franchise. I just had a blast exploring this vast world. The beautiful landscapes of Mexico are just jaw-dropping. Absolutely one of the best looking games I've seen in years. And that's what makes Forza Horizon 5 work. The sense of freedom of not just being able to go anywhere, but doing it the way you, the player, wants. I know zilch about tuning a vehicle, but if you put me in a Jeep and I have to drive down a volcano, I'm still gonna have a smile on my face. I also can't believe I'm saying this, but there's a decent story mode here too, and your player character has dialogue. Heck, the game even calls you by your name. That's so cool!
Please give it up for Daniel!
Look. I know this isn't a game that you, person who watching this channel, who normally play. I get it. But if you need to have just one realistic racer in your whole life, make it this one. Because it's the only one where you can customize your horn to sound like this. The hype for Guardians of the Galaxy was definitely low, and who can blame anyone? After the failure that was Marvel's Avengers and the reveal trailer at E3, no one expected Square Enix to deliver another good Marvel game, and yeah, they didn't. Because they delivered a great Marvel game. Okay, but why is it great? I mean, it's probably just gonna copy the MCU movies, right? Well, here's the thing. It does take cue from the James Gunn movies, but thanks to the fantastic acting and excellent writing, these Guardians can stand toe-to-toe with the big boys, and maybe even trump them too. In addition to the gripping narrative, the soundtrack is just downright perfect. Obviously, if you know Star-Lord, you know his love for old-school rock, and I would love to play those tunes, but I don't want to get copyrighted on YouTube. I will say this though, whenever you see the Guardians huddle together to do one of their special team attacks, the music just adds more to that moment, and no matter how many times I use this, it never gets old. And yeah, some people would complain, why is Peter Quill the only playable character? But I would rather have one character that plays pretty well to a bunch of characters that are not fleshed out. And the combat in Guardians, while not amazing, is pretty fun. I like controlling Star-Lord and also giving orders to my fellow Guardians to perform special attacks. It is also an unreported story that the art direction in this game is downright gorgeous. Man, the planets you get to explore are just downright beautiful. The art team deserves a lot of credit here. I don't want to talk about this game so much because I think this is something you have to experience yourself. Give Guardians of the Galaxy a shot, and you may also get hooked on a feeling.
So we finally meet.
2021 was the year where gamers found out they've been harboring a fetish. But Lady Dimitrescu aside, and trust me, it's very hard for me to set her aside, Resident Evil 8 Village is sort of a greatest hits version of Capcom's horror franchise, taking elements from many of its predecessors, such as the first-person perspective of 7, the combat upgrades of 4, and even some of the more quiet horror segments from the originals. While this random mishmash of ideas may have been subject to criticism, I absolutely enjoyed my time with it. I mostly heard how 8 is a downgrade from 7 due to the emphasis on action over horror, but this is the main reason why I prefer this game. The combat just feels quicker, less clunky, and the ability to upgrade every weapon makes every encounter a joy. However, this isn't Resi 5 or 6 where you're overpowered. Enemies can still pose a threat and ammo is still scarce. But this is also part of the fun, how you can optimize your encounter by rummaging the environment or maybe luring enemies to an explosive trap. Each of the bosses of the game have their own area with its own unique atmosphere, from the creepy marionettes of House Beneviento to the classic Dimitrescu castle, which draws a lot of inspiration from the Spencer Mansion. I do admit the game does lose a bit of focus towards the end, unfortunately, but up until that point, and you will know exactly what point I'm talking about, it's one crazy ride. Plus, it will teach you things about yourself that you didn't know before. Why do I have a sudden craving for milk?
Oh, be careful what you wish for, Ethan Winters.
My name
starts with a D.
Is Rasputin.
2021 would be remembered as the year in which I played catch-up with a bunch of franchises. One of them was 2005's Psychonauts. I have no idea why it took me so long to play this because, man, this game is spectacular. The graphics, the story, the voice work, just everything is just splendid. I just wish I did not play the PlayStation version. My point is that I wasn't one of those people who had to wait 16 agonizing years for a Psychonauts sequel. But even without the excruciating wait, Psychonauts 2's arrival was still wonderful. Despite such a longer release gap, Tim Schafer and his team at Double Fine did not miss a beat. The game's look, while modernized, still retains a lot of the surreal visuals from both its characters and locations. Just the sheer amount of creativity on display is awe-inspiring. And man, the levels you get to explore are some of the most creative things I've seen in gaming, period. You get a dental ward filled with teeth and gums for walls, a hospital-inspired casino, and even a cooking game show run by puppets, which is honestly a personal favorite of mine. The whole story is absolutely excellent. Though it does have a more serious tone than the last game, the humor is still intact, and boy, it really is intact.
Where'd you learn how to make pancakes?
Prison.
The gameplay has seen significant improvement. Jumping and levitating is much easier to do, and many powers like pyrokinesis can be performed while moving and in tandem with others. I am extremely happy that Psychonauts 2 exists. The original did not exceed Cell's expectations, and even the sequel needed significant fundings before being greenlit. On top of that, just living through the hype that was bubbling for so long is quite an achievement. If you never play this series, trust me, it will blow your mind.
Maybe we should focus on what you two have in common. Like, do you guys like pizza?
Oh yeah. Me too. Well, that's amazing. I had no idea dragons liked pizza.
Great.
That was terrific.
Yeah, great. Change the channel.
But the man said to stay tuned.
This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Ratchet & Clank franchise, and while I do consider myself a fan, I admit that I fell off at a certain point. I know Up Your Arsenals is many's favorite game, but even back then I just didn't feel it had the same highs of going commando. So, in preparation for the next game, I binged every single mainline game up until now. Why am I bringing this up? Well, in my opinion, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is the best Ratchet & Clank game we got since the PlayStation 2 era. Let's get one aspect right out of the gate. This is the most beautiful game I've ever played in my life. The first time going through a portal and transporting to a whole new location without a single loading screen is jaw-dropping from both a technical and artistic standpoint. The story doesn't dwell on the whole Chosen One aspect that I did not like much in the Future Saga, and focuses instead on newcomers Rivet and Kit. Kit in particular is actually one of my favorite new characters in the franchise. The gunplay has been the best it has ever been in this series. Maybe the weapons themselves aren't the most unique, but they're still incredibly fun to use, not to mention that the enemy AI will definitely keep you on your toes. Thankfully, avoiding enemy attacks have become very easy to use thanks to the new Quick Dash, which might be the best new addition the series has ever had since its inception. On a more superficial angle, I do admit I love using the Rift Tether to just teleport me to a different area so I don't get destroyed by the enemies. If you've never played a Ratchet & Clank game, or are falling off the series like myself over the years, Rift Apart is the return to form we've all been waiting for. A must-own for any PS5 owner. This is Transworld Snowboarding. Now you're probably wondering, what is this game doing on this video? Well, it was actually made by Housemarque, and from their humble beginnings, they made one of the best games of last year, Returnal. The best way for me to describe Returnal is, take a third-person shooter and combine it with elements of roguelites and bullet hell shooters. Yep, you heard me right. The game is definitely punishing, appropriate to a roguelite game, but the more you go through the game, the better you get, and the action is so fun and the areas are so expansive and interesting to explore, you just want to keep going. And you don't lose everything when you die, you do get to keep some awesome tools like a hookshot. And you know what I think about those already. I also appreciate how the story contextualized resurrecting over and over again, especially at the midway point of the story where there's this gut-wrenching twist that made me really sad, which I wasn't expecting. I like to keep this entry a little bit on the shorter side because a lot of the intrigue with Returnal is the mystery behind it. And trust me, the less you know, the more exciting this adventure will be. Returnal might be tough as nails, but if I keep dying over and over and I still come back to it, it must be doing something right. I have a confession to make. When Metroid Dread was announced last year, I didn't freak out like most people did. It's not because I didn't care, it's just I was barely a Metroid fan. The only games I played were Prime 1, 2, and a little bit of Zero Mission. But I decided that 2021 was gonna be the year in which I'm gonna play every single 2D Metroid before the release of Dread. In fact, I actually streamed some of them on my Twitch channel, and well, a lot of laughs were had. At my expense. If I mess this part up, I have to do the whole thing again, so just take it slow. There we go. 1, 2. There we go. Ah! No! Son of my mother, why? Son of my mother, why? No! Needless to say, these games are amazing, and there's a reason why Metroidvania as a subgenre took off. So when I finally got to play Dread, after the insurmountable expectations I had after finally completing those games, did Metroid Dread live up to them? Well, it is #1 on this list now, isn't it? Metroid Dread takes all the elements from the previous games, especially Samus Returns, and further refines them. Every single action from running, jumping, shooting, all just flows perfectly together in such beautiful synergy. A great example would be the new polished countering mechanic. I like the way the mechanic was handled in Samus Returns, where you had to stop in place. In Metroid Dread, you can do the counter while you're moving, so not only it's more efficient and easy to pull off, it does not break the pace and keeps the momentum of both the combat and the movement going. The game features the best bosses, at least in the 2D Metroid games. They're all unique and, just like the rest of the game, can be quite challenging, but it is incredibly fulfilling to use all the tools you learn throughout the game to defeat them. And if you manage to be really good at the countering mechanic, oh boy, the beatdown that Samus dishes is priceless. Just look at this! How can you not love this? This is just insane! It's just a feast for the eyes! I know I don't really have a lot of Nintendo titles on my top 10 lists as of late, but at least the one Nintendo game that made it managed to reach the top spot. And that is why Metroid Dread is my favorite game of 2021. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in my top 10 games of 2022, probably in 2024. Guess what? I'm late for another yearly top 10. I know that's nothing new. But to compensate, I decided to do a quick rundown on some of the games that left an impression on me, or some of the honorable mentions that didn't make it into this list. Contrary to most, I didn't enjoy Sonic Frontiers that much. The cyber stages in particular felt anemic and bland since they're pretty much rehashes of previous level layouts. At least the open world was interesting to explore, but the novelty ran dry after the second or third zone. Tinykin is a charming 3D platformer where you explore a giant house. It has tight controls, and using the titular Tinykin to solve puzzles is very intuitive. Bayonetta 3 was easily my most anticipated game, and it's also my biggest disappointment in years. With poor combat implementation of the summons, a mediocre secondary character, and perhaps one of the worst endings I've ever witnessed in a game. Vampire Survivors may look like another bland mobile game, but then you find yourself spending 20 to about 200 hours trying to unlock everything. It's incredibly addicting. And Stray, it has a cat, which I guess by internet laws I must love it. Okay, look, I think it's a decent game, and I love cats, they're adorable, but I just felt this sci-fi twist they added to it felt a bit unnecessary. Now, let's talk about my actual top 10 games of 2022. Kirby had a rough transition into 3D. Said no one. Even myself, the curmudgeon who doesn't like Kirby, had his heart finally melt so I could finally realize what everyone sees in the pink puffball. Kirby in the Forgotten Land is a textbook example of adapting a series into the third dimension. My favorite thing about this game is how digestible it is. When other games go for the big open world approach, sometimes I just love playing a tightly designed linear platformer that's drenched with uniqueness. And Forgotten Land is definitely unique, especially with its cheery atmosphere that is filled with colorful visuals throughout. All of Kirby's repertoire of moves are present, from puffing up and flying to swallowing unsuspecting foes. While the number of copy abilities has been reduced, their utility feels even more significant, and they can be upgraded as well. The mouthful mode has been regarded as a meme, but in reality, those moments are nice little breaks in the action. Each level has a bunch of puzzles you have to solve, and rescuing a Waddle Dee at the end of them is probably some of the most fun I've had 100%ing a game. Even the boss fights, which in the past games they were kind of a cakewalk, are so action-packed and dynamic, I actually wanted to fight them again, and you have plenty of chances to. Oh, and don't get me started about the final act and the bosses you have to face. Oh my god, it's just whoa! While I may not be his biggest fan, Kirby in the Forgotten Land was a pleasant surprise. Not only that it's gonna entertain both new and old fans alike, at least I have the luxury of telling you all that this game doesn't suck. Oh, come on, you knew this was coming. I have a confession to make. I don't like Generation 4 of Pokemon. I personally thought it had the weakest lineup of new creatures, my least favorite evil team, and Sinnoh as a whole never intrigued me from both a lore and design aspect. Thankfully, Pokemon Legends Arceus not only made me appreciate the history behind the Sinnoh region, but the gameplay loop was the shot in the arm the series desperately needed. The game takes place in the past where the Sinnoh region was actually known as the Hisui region, in which Pokemon and humans didn't exactly get along. Your goal is to help the research of the Galaxy Expedition team to study Pokemon, so one day both sides are going to live in harmony. For the first time in the franchise history, catching them all is the primary objective. Each Pokemon has their own unique behavior that you have to study in order to be efficient at your goal. It's even fun just going around all the different areas and find so many unique items that you can combine together in this cool crafting mechanic that allows you to make new Pokeballs and different tools that will help you catch Pokemon. I would even argue catching is much more fun than battling in this game. In fact, battling is easily my least favorite part of the game because a lot of the core mechanics from the main series are not there, like abilities. Thankfully, battles are not obligatory, except for some story missions, and even then there's some really good ones like the one against the giant noble Pokemon. In fact, this rather reinforces the notion this game feels more like a Monster Hunter game than a traditional turn-based RPG. Pokemon Legends Arceus was a risk, and while not everything worked in it, for a spin-off title that was able to turn a lot of the non-fans back into the franchise, it's a resounding success. Unlike another Pokemon game that came out the same year. I'm just kidding, I like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. What? Did you actually think I was going to abide to the one game per franchise rule? I just have no idea how the same company is able to release 2 games in the same franchise, but gosh darn it, those mad lads at Game Freak did it! And at this point, everyone knows about the many technical issues that this game has, especially the frame rate drops. But I would rather not beat a dead horse and focus on the positives. Generation 9 is ambitious in scope, and it finally gave us the open-world Pokemon game that we always wanted. But why do I prefer it over Legends Arceus? Well, for one, I prefer the traditional battles here much more. I love the Generation 9 Pokemon, which I think are some of the best additions to the roster yet. And also how much I love exploring this world, which, considering the fact it's just one big area with no loading screens, it's pretty impressive. One of the things I hate the most about the modern Pokemon games is how much it holds your hand, especially towards the beginning of your adventure. So I was really glad that just after a couple of hours, Scarlet and Violet just lets you explore its world without any restraint, which is really refreshing. With more polish, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet could have been the best main games in the series since, and I know this is a big statement, Generation 5. Not only for introducing the very first open world in the franchise, but it also has a genuinely likable cast of characters. Not to mention a pretty insane final act that just threw me through a loop and a half. Had the technical issues been ironed out, I could see this game easily reaching the top 5, but even with its flaws, I can't wait to see how Game Freak builds on the foundations of Gen 9, and hope that the next game would be a much smoother sailing. Sifu is easily one of the most badass games I have ever played, and how can you say no to a game in which you seek vengeance against the murderers of your Kung Fu master? Training for years and embarking on a fist-throwing journey in goon-infested locales, such as a bustling nightclub or a fancy museum. That being said, the game requires nothing short of its players due to its mercilessness. In practice, each level doesn't last longer than maybe 15 to 20 minutes, but there is no realistic way to beat the game on your very first try, and that is because you're going to experience death quite a lot. Speaking of which, for every time you die in Sifu, you get older. Die too many times and well, it's game over. And since the death counter increases every time you die, it's best to learn the layout of a level so the number doesn't rack up exponentially. Since the game keeps track of your age at the end of a level, it encourages players to repeat in order to die as little as possible. While repetition is usually frowned upon in gaming, being able to do a perfect run without a single death is extremely rewarding. Sifu is incredibly challenging, but once you get into the rhythm of attacking, parrying, and even using the environment as your own weapon, the game becomes this wonderful symphony of mayhem. And even if you die a lot, each playthrough hones your skills and each victory feels earned. Sifu may be merciless like the tyrant at the end of its revenge quest, but those up for the challenge will be rewarded with an excellent action game. As a child of the 90s, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has been an after-school tradition. Despite my love for the Heroes in a Half Shell though, I haven't played many of their classic games. But, no matter what, as soon as I saw the announcements for Shredder's Revenge, I did not want to miss out. I vividly remember using my Game Pass trial just so I could get my hands on the game on day one for some multiplayer turtle action. However, I eventually got the game on PS5 and I found out that most of my friends didn't have that version. But even without the insanity of 6-player co-op, which admittedly is pretty cool, this doesn't change the fact that Shredder's Revenge is one of the best beat-em-up games ever made. And this is coming from someone who just completed every single classic Turtle game on the Kawabanga collection. I can compliment the tight controls with a variety of enemies, but what really makes Shredder's Revenge tick for me is its perfect pacing. Even though there are 16 chapters, which is pretty long for a beat-em-up, none of them really feel too long or short. The amount of moves at your disposal combined with the environmental attacks make every combat encounter feel incredibly fresh. In addition, right when you think the action is starting to get stale, there's a cool boss showing up that really mixes things up. I love the 2D pixel aesthetic, from the characters, the levels, the UI, but what really drew me in is the sound. First, the soundtrack is downright fantastic thanks to the Sonic Mania maestro himself, T-Lobes. But second, I love how the original 4 turtles lend their voices. It further adds credence to the idea that this game is sort of a finale to the 1987 cartoon. Shredder's Revenge isn't just empty fan service for the sake of a quick cash grab, but it's a wonderfully crafted experience. An experience worthy of saying, Cowabunga! Tunic is the kind of game that I don't think I can ever do justice in words, but I will sure as heck gonna try. The easiest way to define Tunic is a top-down adventure game with some dashes of Dark Souls. It has a vibrant array of locations to explore, and the combat is incredibly engaging. The biggest joy in an adventure game like Tunic is discovery, and I mean that in a variety of ways. The game uses the isometric camera angle not just for a cool aesthetic choice, but it's also a clever way of hiding detours that you wouldn't otherwise see pretty easily. Even something as simple as finding a shortcut to a previously visited area is exciting. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. There are also many items in the game to collect, but all of their description is written in some kind of an undecipherable language. It's moments like these you would defer to a guide, but what Tunic allows you to do is to collect the actual pages of the manual in-game. Sure, most of the manual isn't in English, but if you look in between the lines and see some of the hints, like notes that were probably written by someone, it leads to one of the most creative and also meta ways of solving puzzles in video games. Even if it does lose a little bit of steam towards the end, there is no denying that Tunic is one of the best adventure games in years. I'm doing my utmost best to show as little as possible because I want you to try it out, because Tunic is an absolute must-play. Back when I made my top 20 games of 2017, I remember how much I adored Horizon Zero Dawn. The biggest hook for me at the time was the amazing world that Guerrilla Games created. Learning more about Aloy's origins and the history behind this primordial future was incredibly fascinating. However, none of those questions have been answered. The mystique sort of vanished in the sequel. But even if the mystery isn't there anymore, that doesn't take away from how much of a step up Horizon Forbidden West actually is. A lot of the original game's issues have been addressed. A better melee system, improved stealth, and the introduction of the shield wing, which allows Aloy to glide. The core gameplay of taking down various mechanical machines is still incredibly fun, and Aloy got a bunch of new weapons to play around with. The amount of different activities, side missions, hunting jobs that you get to do is downright staggering. Heck, Guerrilla Games actually put a fully functional board game in this! How do they have the time? It is also one of the most beautiful games this generation, and I'm shocked it's able to hold a steady 60 FPS in performance mode. I also got to care more about Aloy's companions compared to the last game, but the character that stole the show for me was Silence, played by the late and great Lance Reddick. I finished the game a week before his passing, and he will be sorely missed. Horizon Forbidden West is a game that manages to tick all the boxes. It looks great, it sounds terrific, and it plays extremely well. The main reason it isn't higher is because, quite frankly, the top 3 games are on their own tier. But it doesn't take away anything from this accomplishment, and I cannot wait to see what Aloy and her companions have on the horizon.
price she strives to put right what Hades sundered. I have made a new discovery. One that heralds both destruction and opportunity.
We're called Neons, sinners plucked from hell to do God's dirty work. But I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven.
Everyone play Neon White. I'm not even going to start this entry with a quasi-profound anecdote. Just play this game. Words can't even begin to describe how everything clicks together perfectly to assemble one of the best playing experiences I've had in my entire life. The game tells the story of the titular hero ending up as a gun for hire for the forces of heaven, where he must eradicate demons in order to get his freedom back. In addition, White has to deal with his ragtag group of friends, his himbo BFF Yellow, his will they one day lover Red, and the keep sharp objects away Violet. The story is clearly inspired by anime as the tropes go off the charts, but unlike most people, I found all of the story endearing. Some might find the dialogue a little bit cringe, but because the actors delivered the line with such conviction, it's actually really charming.
Damn, I'm really working up a sweat.
Aw, me too. You're so lucky you don't have big boobs, White. They get it the worst.
Would this be a bad time to mention there is a beach side story? But where the game truly shines is the gameplay. Every level in Neon White is a pure test of skill. The goal is to reach the end of a level while using cards that not only grant unique weapons, but also movement options like a double jump or a horizontal dash. Stringing all those movement abilities together in a perfect succession is how Neon White truly shines. It may feel intimidating at first that the game requires players to get at least a gold medal in order to progress in the story, which is pretty challenging, but here's the thing. The levels themselves are pretty short, so attempting them over and over again never becomes a chore. In fact, the better I got at a level after finishing the first time, I immediately went back and thought to myself, how can I improve my run? How can I use the least amount of cards to reach the goal? Or maybe I can find some kind of a cool shortcut. Neon White is an adrenaline rush-infused experience from beginning to end that made me appreciate the art of speedrunning. That dopamine I got from perfecting a run and earning an ace medal was one of the best moments I've had in gaming, well, honestly, ever. Not only that Neon White is my favorite indie game of the year, it might be my favorite indie game of all time. And if that isn't a compliment, I don't know what is. Just by looking at the very first cutscene, you can already tell that God of War Ragnarok is on a class of its own. It took everything that worked in the original game, improved upon it, and delivered a powerful and resonating experience. The father-son dynamic is tested like never before in this game. Atreus is looking for answers, often exploring on his own and trying to figure out who the heck he is, and his father, Kratos, is stifling him, still holding on to his old conventions. None of their arguments feel contrived, and this is the heart of the story, which makes it engaging from beginning to end. The side characters are definitely no slouches either, with returning ones like Mimir, Brock, and Sindri getting much more depth this time around, and newcomers like Odin and Thor stealing every single scene they're in. While I admit I was never a big fan of the over-the-shoulder camera angle in the original game, but Sony Santa Monica Studios did a lot of small improvements to make the combat in the successor a lot better. All the weapons are still great, but surprisingly, blocking or parrying at the right moment is as engaging because it leaves the enemy complete open for a barrage of attacks. And the much larger variety of enemies makes every combat encounter memorable and challenging. Exploration is also further expanded upon, so there's a lot more to see in the 9 realms. And solving all the puzzles, no matter how often they repeat, is still fun because they mix them up in different locations. On top of that, as much as I loved the main adventure, and trust me, I did, the side quests were absolutely fantastic with some amazing set pieces with surprisingly emotional moments. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention that this game looks absolutely gorgeous! And all of the sound design, from the music, the voice acting, the sound effects, oh my god, it's so sublime! God of War Ragnarok doesn't just check all of the boxes, it is a masterclass in every single category. It's the kind of game that even after you finish it, you want to go back in and finish all of the side quests and reach that 100% completion. And if this game truly marks the ending of Kratos' Norse mythology adventures, at least he went out with a bang. Here we go. I know this is probably the most telegraphed #1 entry I've ever had on my yearly list, but geez, at the end of the day, what From Software did with Elden Ring is a mind-blowing accomplishment. This is the culmination of all the trials and tribulation that this small company went through for decades now, and after honing this craft for so long, they made one of the best games ever. And I know some of you might dismiss the game due to the notoriety of the Souls series, but Elden Ring is the most approachable and fair game that From Software has ever made. Of course, Elden Ring is still incredibly difficult, but the game gives you so many tools to beat seemingly impossible foes that achieving those victories can be attained even by those who never played one of those games before. Even by the small chance you don't happen to have the right tool at the right time, you can always go back and explore a whole different area and find a new powerful weapon or spell that can totally tip the scale when you eventually decide to have that rematch. And it bears repeating that this game is huge, but its vastness serves the gameplay because there's always something new to see and discover. It's incredibly dense with new treasures to find, new enemies to fight. Even going back to an area I was at the very beginning held something new. You can even jump on command in a Souls game, and you have your own horse, which is pretty amazing. One of my favorite moments is that I had one of my friends come over to show me the ropes, and it made me realize that I actually skipped the item crafting tutorial near the beginning of the game. And while it was kinda goofy, I learned how to craft when I was level 50. It's a testament to how every player can carve their own adventure in Elden Ring without being shackled by forced linear progression. It's shocking to me, despite how huge Elden Ring is, that it's a miracle that every little detail from the smallest dungeon to the biggest enemy is polished to such extent. Those mad lads somehow were able to put 5 different Souls games in one tightly designed package. Heck, I'm only 50% of the way through with 75 hours in. That's how much there is to see. I have no idea how From Software accomplished all of this, but every single one of them deserves a standing ovation. This has easily been the hardest year to choose my #1. My top 3 picks kept shuffling all the time. But after long and hard thinking, I cannot deny what a masterpiece Elden Ring is, and that's why it's my #1 game of 2022. Thank you for watching.
Man, this makes me feel very nostalgic right now. I haven't made a video on standing in front of my game collection, let alone one where I'm in front of the camera. But since 2023 has been such a fantastic year for video games, I decided to go back to my roots and give you one big video. So let's celebrate the top 20 best games of 2023. There seemed to be a weird tradition that every time I'm making my top 10 lists, or top 20 in this case, there's always this one game that everyone loves that I rank much lower than everyone else, and I'm not here to be negative, but I would rather be honest and tell you my personal impressions without feeling that I'm influenced by outside effects at all. With that being said, as much as I hate to do this, let's talk about Final Fantasy XVI.
It's sad because on paper, I should love Final Fantasy XVI. The story's more mature and devoid of the anime tropes that malign some of the previous entries in the series. And despite the shift to real-time action, Square did hire the combat director of Devil May Cry 5, which definitely shows. It looks great, it's well acted, so what exactly is the problem here? Let's start with the story. Clive is a good protagonist, and you have to credit Ben Starr for his excellent performance.
Ben Starr. Star quality, through and through.
The problem is, besides Sid, I didn't connect to any of the side characters, especially Jill, that while I like her, she doesn't really get much to do in the story, which is such a major shame. In fact, the story became more intriguing whenever it didn't focus on Clive and his motley crew, and instead on the opposing factions in the war. And while a lot of them may look like generic villains, it's not just black and white, and there's some interesting revelations in the story that make them much more interesting. As much as I prefer turn-based combat in my Final Fantasy games, I do think the combat in 16 can be fun. However, Clive's basic attack don't change over the 40+ hours of gameplay. There are extra abilities to unlock, but for the first few hours the selection is rather limited. The game also heavily relies on quick time events that have little to no repercussion of actually failing them. In addition, item and equipment management is superfluous at best, with very few attachments proving even useful. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the pacing. Not only that the cutscenes meander with very little development, but the majority of the side quests, like about 95% of them, are banal fetch quests that are some of the worst of the entire genre. I am bringing all of this up because I genuinely want to love this game. There's some great highlights like fantastic boss fights, some neat plot developments, and some additional challenges like hunting tougher beasts that are extremely satisfying. Final Fantasy XVI is probably my biggest disappointment from 2023, but it isn't without merit. Even if I didn't vibe with Clive's journey like most did, I do hope that maybe the next installment will go back to the roots of what worked. One of the most prominent trends in third-person action games is climbing. Whether it's scaling up a wall or shimmying up a pipe, it's everywhere, but it's never been the main focus. That's the reason why Jusant is such a unique game, because not only that climbing is the focus of the gameplay, but it's also incredibly pragmatic in its approach. The premise is simple: reach the top of the mountain with what might be the longest rope in gaming history. The game looks nice and the minimalistic soundtrack fits, but what really worked for me is the gameplay loop. Each arm is delegated to a trigger button, so alternating between left and right while climbing any surface has this tactile feel to it. The aforementioned seemingly endless rope can not just tether to a safe spot, but you can also use it in a variety of ways, like running on a wall from side to side, or using your body's momentum as you propel yourself back and forth. There are also pegs that you can use as a pseudo checkpoint that allow you to swing from a brand new area on the wall.
Jusant can be kind of tricky when you play it for the first time, but if you persevere, I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. Okay, I haven't done it in a while.
Despite being secured by a rope, I always had that sense of dread that I will mess up and plummet to my doom. I don't think I've had this severe sense of vertigo since I played The Last of Us Part 2, and you should know exactly what part I'm talking about. Still, Jusant is the most zen-like game I've played in 2023. The serene atmosphere combined with the authentic climbing controls made it to one of the most immersive gameplay experiences of the last year. While it may be on the short side, when it comes to climbing, this game is peak. Oh boy! It's time for the internet to grab their pitchforks because I didn't like Pizza Tower like everyone else. But trust me, there is still a lot to love in this game. The visuals are colorful and deranged, evoking that 90s Nicktoons art style. The soundtrack is experimental and catchy, one of the best of the years, and even the controls are just incredibly responsive. So here's the gist. While I do think the gameplay loop of Pizza Tower works incredibly well, it may be a little bit too erratic for its own good. I played various games with flow movements that encourage players to study the level and find the optimal path to speedrun them. And Pizza Tower is just like that, but I feel the flow is a little bit more demanding than I expected. Games like Neon White do require players to repeat levels over and over again, but those usually are over in a minute. Pizza Tower levels can last upwards to 10 minutes, and getting a perfect score in those is much more difficult. The other reason could be a technical one, but my PC had issues that caused the motion to be extremely unpleasant to my eyesight. I do hope that maybe one day we'll get a console release so I don't have to rely on my aging laptop. Hey there, future Daniel here. Since I finished editing this video, the Switch version of Pizza Tower came out, and while the framerate was much more consistent, my opinion of the game hasn't changed all that much, so it's gonna remain in the same spot, sorry. And it's such a shame because I love the insane premise. Playing as a crazy chef who must traverse a treacherous tower filled with unique levels, and no gimmick ever repeats itself. From a Wild West saloon to a golf session with a cheese curd, the game always keeps you on your toes. This is one of those games I can see myself going back to it and it will rank much higher in hindsight, but I have to be honest with my opinions about it as of right now in this video. That being said, Pizza Tower is an absolute delight, and you all deserve a slice of the action. Despite how people know me as a Sega fan, there are many of their franchises that I never really dabbled in. There's so little time in the world to play everything nowadays. But I did finally make my maiden voyage in the Dreamcast classic Jet Set Radio. While I appreciate this game's production values, especially for their time, the game definitely aged in several spots. But thanks to some devoted fans, we now have a spiritual successor that fixes a lot of those issues in Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. The protagonist Red and his ragtag crew must tag as many points in the city as they can. That way they can claim more territory, but they have to be careful before the fuzz busts them. From the vibrant cel-shaded graphics to the upbeat techno soundtrack, the Jet Set Radio influences are on full blast. But it's not just a beautiful looking homage, it also feels like a true modern interpretation of the classic formula. Linking tricks is much easier to do, and with a combination of a jetpack that allows dashing forward, you can make some sick combos. I was never a fan of the graffiti mechanic in the original game since it sort of halted the action, but tagging in Bomb Rush is so quick and immediate that it feels far more rewarding. When the game focuses solely on exploration and platforming, it gets full marks. However, the moment combat is added to the mix, so do the problems. Now I get it, you're a youth vandalizing property, so naturally the Force would be giving chase. But being interrupted in the middle of a trick combo or a big jumps just to perform attacks heavily disrupts the flow. Not to mention, when you do try to attack enemies, the combat is incredibly sluggish. But at least it's funny that they can be beat by a punk with a spray can. If you've been a longtime fan of the Jet Set Radio franchise, Bomb Rai Cyberpunk is incredibly faithful to that legacy, and it's worth playing just for the trip-inducing sequences alone. So grab your favorite extreme gear, drop some paint, and don't forget to watch your back.
Watch your back, yo, watch your back, yo, you better watch your back, yo, watch your back, yo, you better watch your back, yo, watch your back, yo.
I've been a fan of Mortal Kombat since my childhood when I played the original game on the Sega Genesis. Which may have been inappropriate for my age, but please don't tell my mom! Nevertheless, despite some bumps on the road, NetherRealm Studios found the sweet spot in 2011 with a Mortal Kombat reboot and perhaps made the best game in the franchise. Followed by the now underrated X and the disappointing 11, a lot was riding on the next installment, Mortal Kombat 1. Touted as a reboot for the Mortal Kombat lore, I was especially curious to see how the story of a new universe would unfold. Let me cut straight to the chase. Mortal Kombat 1's story mode starts on a great note. There are a lot of unique takes on the familiar formula, like how Liu Kang is now the Elder God, and Raiden is the up-and-coming champion.
The production values of the story mode are sublime, and the voice acting, top-notch.
We can't help what we are. That we feed on blood doesn't make us evil.
Except you. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually missing Ronda Rousey right now.
I also want to give a special shout out to Alan Lee, who steals the show as Shang Tsung. It's really hard to fill the shoes of the great Hiroyuki Tagawa, but Lee captures his slimy and aristocratic delivery to a T.
I am sure you're asking yourself, can I afford to trust a man I have never met? But the true question you must ask is, can I afford not to?
I focus on the story so much because, quite frankly, I didn't vibe with the actual combat of Mortal Kombat. I don't claim to be a fighting game expert, so I'm not expecting to explain the minutiae here, but something about this system just didn't work for me. In previous games, you can use a portion of your bar to power up your special moves, but for some reason in this game, while you can still do that, they feel a lot weaker, so it becomes much less satisfying. Also, although they're a neat fan service, I'm just not a big fan of the cameo system. Most of the time, it's just hard to find the right moment to summon them and they just run away. The rest of the single-player offerings don't fare much better. Invasions mode runs incredibly slow, and they try to add all those RPG mechanics like items and elemental attacks, I guess. But they really don't add much in the grand scheme of things, they just fight random opponents and win. There's still some cute minigames in this mode, but it overall feels like one giant grind. And speaking of grind, do you remember the Crypt? You know, that awesome mode that was in every Mortal Kombat game that you unlock cool stuff like scorpion cooking? Well, that is now reduced to a gacha game. We get a random reward from a fountain! Yay! Mortal Kombat 1 should have been a wonderful celebration of Mortal Kombat, especially for its 30th anniversary. But I will definitely say it does a lot of right things despite my complaints. The story mode production values are some of the best in the video game industry. The cast of characters for the most part is unique. I mean, whoever expected Havoc of all characters to come back? And it still manages to strike that balance between overly gory to cheesy and fun. It does a lot of great things that other fighting games wish they could achieve, and in reality, you can probably throw all my qualms out of the window anyways, because you get to beat the crap out of Homelander, and that is worth the price of admission alone.
You got spunk for an old man. I like that.
Well, you're a cocky prick, and I loathe you.
After I was let down by Sonic Frontiers, Sonic Superstars brought the series back to its roots. Though I would be the first to admit it reminds me less of the 16-bit classics and more of Sonic 4. But still, even with the imprecise physics, the questionable boss fights, and the occasional mediocre music. It was still an enjoyable experience. That didn't make the list. No, what's actually more surprising is that the smaller scale Apple Arcade only Sonic game, Sonic Dream Team, did make it on my list. But I do have one very important disclaimer.
I am not a big fan of the Apple Arcade at all. Not only that the game selection feels incredibly lacking, which makes sense as a lot of those games were mobile game first, but the interface is incredibly slow, laggy, and unresponsive, and I've had many occasions where games downright crashed on me for no apparent reason. It's a shame that such a great Sonic game, heck, maybe one of the best Sonic games in years, is stuck on this platform. And at the time of this video, it's exclusive to this thing, but I sure hope that maybe in 2025 it might escape the Apple Arcade prison.
Now that I've aired all of my woes, I can finally say that this game is pretty good. Sonic Dream Team has a more open level design, more reminiscent of the two adventure games and Heroes, and less like the rigid and linear Boost era games. The levels in Dream Team are very wide with a lot of different paths, and each set of characters have their own unique abilities, such as Sonic and Amy being able to dash through rings, and I gotta say, this game probably handled that mechanic the best out of any Sonic game. And despite all those different characters, the game controls surprisingly pretty well. The camera can still be a pain to deal with, but almost every single jump I try to make or lock into a specific target connected without much anguish. While I love playing as multiple characters and for once they all actually control incredibly well, it's just a shame that in order to swap between them you have to stand in place, which I think is one of the game's worst attributes. The various dreamscapes in the game look absolutely amazing, bursting with color, and the framerate is very stable too. Sadly, and this might be a shocker for longtime Sonic fans, the soundtrack is actually not very good, and I had a lot of issues with the mixing in particular, but hey, at the very least, the main theme slaps pretty hard. Sonic Dream Team managed to go against all odds. With a meager budget on a dubious machine, it manages to surpass many of its bigger mainline siblings. Shockingly, this might be the best Sonic game I've played since Sonic Mania in 2017. As much as I would like to recommend this game, I understand why people don't want to shell out the money for an Apple Arcade subscription, let alone an iDevice like an Apple TV. But if this game ever gets a multi-platform release, all of my dreams will come true. I remember when Cocoon won the best indie game of 2023, and many people were baffled to say the least. After all, considering the amount of hype that Pizza Tower was garnering, having a game with little to no fanfare just sweep the trophy felt strange. What's even stranger is that I actually liked Cocoon more than I did Pizza Tower, something that I would never expect to say considering my love of platformers. And yet Cocoon is one of the most unique experiences I've played from the last year. Cocoon takes place in a system of alien planets, and while it may look like another top-down adventure game, its core gimmick is one of the coolest mechanics of the year. I won't forget stepping on the first glowing pad and jumping out of the entire world, not to mention as I witnessed this orange sphere that is literally the same world I just inhabited a second ago. It's insane how those snow globe-like spheres harbor entire ecosystems inside, filled with exotic creatures and mesmerizing locales. The sense of scope is something to behold, as it never seems to amaze me how I'm carrying this entire world in my hands and using it as just a simple switch to activate a platform or cross a bridge. While I do admit I get stumped with puzzle games, Cocoons were intuitive and a joy to solve. Each time a new sphere was introduced with a brand new mechanic, I was ecstatic to see the new ways I can utilize it. My only gripe with the game are the occasional boss battles. Having to restart an entire encounter after getting hit a single time can be rather disheartening. Cocoon isn't a very long game, ending in just a few hours, but it's also a game that comes highly recommended due to its ease of access and inventive mechanics. Each area is both eerie yet fascinating to witness, which leads to both visually and mentally stimulating experience. If you play this game, it'll be obvious to see why this cocoon can become the most beautiful butterfly. Street Fighter V wasn't beloved upon release, especially due to the fact it was feature-barren. Sure, years later and 5 managed to improve significantly since its mediocre launch, but if you want fans to champion your game, their first impression is incredibly critical. Good thing that Capcom learned the lesson pretty quickly. Street Fighter VI is a return to form for the venerable franchise, but even I will admit, I was a tad worried at first.
When I saw the cover of Street Fighter VI and learned that Luke is the poster boy now, I was definitely concerned. A DLC character from Street Fighter V has now been elevated to main protagonist status. What is it, Street Fighter 3 and everyone that we know is pretty much gone at this point? Well, thankfully, not only did the 8 original characters from Street Fighter 2 return, but the new cast introduced in this game is pretty spectacular.
I was pleasantly surprised to find how deep the World Tour mode is. As the dedicated single-player campaign, it might not have the production values of a NetherRealm studio game, but it still has plenty to offer. From creating your own Street Fighter avatar, exploring the various areas, fighting random passerbys, partaking in fun minigames, and perhaps the best part, getting tutored by Street Fighter alumni. Throughout the respectable length of the World Tour, you encounter various characters that will teach you moves, which allows you to composite your own move list, which is incredibly cool. I also think the shift to the drive system in 6 is much better and easier to grasp. It's simple to counter a rampaging enemy that just barrages you with multiple hits, build up your drive meter, and then unleash a flurry of devastating blows. Oh, it's so good! With a bevy of modes, a solid online play, and an extremely sleek UI that may rival Persona 5, Street Fighter VI proved that the progenitor of fighting games hasn't lost a bit of its mojo. The champion's back and here to stay. The Super Nintendo has a lot of classics, and many of them happen to be turn-based RPGs. Unfortunately, growing up as a Sega kid prevented me from experiencing any of them, besides a few hours with Chrono Trigger. I'm saying all of this because I have zero nostalgia to that particular era of RPGs, and yet I thoroughly enjoyed my time with Sea of Stars. Sabotage Studios' sophomore release is a love letter to the aforementioned RPGs of yore. The pixel art graphics are absolutely breathtaking. It manages to evoke that classic style of that era, while also being modern with incredibly smooth animation. The soundtrack is also worth celebrating, especially since one of the composers is Yasunori Mitsuda of Chrono Trigger fame. I always loved the active participation in turn-based battles that whenever you attack or even block, by pressing the button at the right moment, you can either inflict more damage or defend better respectively. While each character has their own special move, some can perform a combo attack with a different character, and those can really turn the tide of battle. And I absolutely like stopping an enemy's special move altogether. All that's necessary is to use the right attack type on the corresponding block. If all the blocks are destroyed before the turn timer gets to 0, not only the special move is cancelled, but the enemy's turn is skipped altogether. And yes, I love the gameplay so much, which is why the story was a little bit disappointing. The characters aren't bad, and the writing can provide a chuckle here and there. I just think as a whole the story is rather rudimentary. Especially since the villains are rather bland and they don't really have much of a presence overall. So I admit, this plot isn't exactly what I would call memorable, except for Garl, and here's why. His best friends are becoming badass super monks with mystical powers that are destined to save the world, and he is just a regular guy, not receiving a similar boon. He has every right to be jealous and vindictive, but he chooses to support his friends and even join them on their journey and become their personal chef. While being overly positive can be interpreted as toxic, Garl is very endearing and easily the best written character in the entire story, which makes me wish the others got similar treatment. Even with my minuscule qualms, I enjoyed the journey immensely. And heck, even as someone who doesn't usually play those minigames in those big lengthy adventures, I spent a lot of hours on wheels. It's surprisingly very addicting. Sea of Stars is my favorite indie game of 2023, and if you are even the most casual fan of those old school RPGs, this is one of the most wonderful homages you can possibly play. In the past, I tended to exclude any remakes in my top lists. That's because I thought awarding a game that uses a prior foundation of a previous release was sort of a gray area. But I made some exceptions, like the remakes for Resident Evil 2 and Final Fantasy VII, due to how the entire foundation of the game changed so drastically that it was pretty much a brand new release. Most remakes don't do that and they just suffice with graphical shine, but some provide subtle nuances to make the experience worthwhile, just like the Dead Space remake. The original Dead Space, despite its age, holds up okay, but as soon as I put it next to the remake, the differences become a little bit more obvious. EA Motive added a lot of subtle yet important changes to make this the definitive Dead Space experience.
One of my favorite things about the Dead Space remake is the fact that Isaac Clarke can actually talk.
While I was never the biggest fan of silent protagonists, I do think they can work in some instances, like creating your own avatar. But for a character with a pivotal role in this story, it feels off when someone talks to Isaac and he's just standing there not emoting at all. It's refreshing to see Isaac Clarke being an active participant since he's the main character, you know? And he even takes initiative instead of being ordered around all the time like in the original.
Corporate wouldn't send the Ishimura for some off-the-books mining. But alien technology, yeah, that fits.
And how does losing my team fit into this theory?
Hey, knock this shit off. We're into the debris field. We get the ADS back together, or it's over.
Other changes include weapons that appear in the environment itself, as opposed to being yet another shop item. Some frustrating sections in the original were removed in favor of much more exciting alternatives. And some other smaller scale changes, like having to reroute lighting circuits in order to make some areas open up in favor of making everything dark as heck. The game is gorgeous, especially with its lighting engine. The sound design is exquisite and definitely contributes to the horror atmosphere. And it's shocking how there's little to no loading time despite the seemingly big areas. At the end of the day, this is still the same tightly designed game from 15 years ago. But by getting rid of all the fat from the original release, streamlining the experience, and giving it a shiny coat of paint, this is no doubt the best way to experience the massacre on the Ishimura. We can argue until the cows come home whether or not the Dead Space remake was even necessary, but it did cement this title as one of the most seminal action horror games of all time. Despite my affinity to role-playing games, I've never gotten into D&D before. Maybe it's because I was never a board game guy, but I admit all different rules absolutely intimidated me. And then suddenly, Baldur's Gate 3, a long-awaited sequel to a series that I've never played, took the entire world by storm. So much so that it actually usurped Tears of the Kingdom as the game of 2023. Which I personally thought was an impossible task. I wanted to play it too, but I also ran into a complication.
I don't think I've exhibited such patience as I did with Baldur's Gate 3. As you see, I'm holding the physical edition in my hand. Even with Alan Wake 2, at the time of this video, I don't have the physical edition and had to buy it digitally, only to find out it's coming physically a couple of months later. But with Baldur's Gate 3, after I saw how much Larian was putting so much effort into the physical edition, I didn't mind the wait. So I placed my order in January, and unfortunately I only got it in July, but I didn't mind the 6 months wait because at the end of the day, this right here is one of the most refined and unique gameplay experiences I've ever had in my life, and it's an absolute keeper.
There is a lot to cover with this game, and trust me, I was very overwhelmed at first, but I'm so glad I gave it a fair chance. Let's start with some of the technical aspects. For a game this massive, I'm amazed at how beautiful it is. Character models are detailed, the locations are unique from one another, and while there are loading times, they're pretty brief all things considered. The music fits with the fantasy setting, but I have to commend the superb voice work. The script is fantastic, don't get me wrong, but the actors embodying the characters truly bring them to life. Let's put it this way, I knew from the first second Astarion is gonna be a sleazeball, but Neil Newbone's flamboyant and yet intense performance made me want this particular douche as a permanent fixture in my party no matter what.
So, we've picked up a wizard who managed to get stuck in his own portal. Hardly a promising introduction.
And it's so fun to do his voice, darling. I was pleasantly surprised to see how exploring areas or conversing with townsfolk is a key element of this game. For example, you can go to a shopkeeper and buy items the traditional way, or talk to the keeper and have someone else pickpocket them in the meantime. I also love avoiding combat by talking my way out of a bad situation, and granted a lot of those times revolve around the roll of a die, which can be detrimental, but when you do successfully intimidate or persuade an enemy to retreat, it's oh so satisfying. I never played many CRPGs before, being a console peasant after all, but despite the growing pains, I did manage to understand a sizable portion of the system. From knowing what weapons or spells to equip, their effect on enemies, positioning on the map, or even how to use the environment at the right opportunity. Even if my class choice of monk felt limited in some areas, I had party members picking up the slack in others, like Best Girl Shadowheart as a trusty healer. I don't think I've ever played a game as robust and deep as Baldur's Gate 3. The open-endedness on display is absolutely insane. There are a lot of games that try to sell the illusion of free choice, but no game has went as above and beyond as this. There is a staggering amount of different side quests that heavily alter depends on the choice you, the player, make in the game. The main reason, unlike many, this isn't my favorite game of the year is purely personal. I do wish the game steadily funneled all of the information instead of just pouring everything right away. And having to refer to a guide or a friend every moment just to understand something took me out of the experience. But I can't deny the fact that the amount of effort, passion, and love poured into Baldur's Gate 3 is substantial. If anything, it proves that turn-based combat was never a bad thing to begin with.
You heard that, Final Fantasy 16?
The fact that the sequel to my #1 game of 2018 didn't even make it to my top 5 is a ludicrous thought, until you see the competition. Regardless, this fan-pleasing sequel will satisfy any webhead out there. And there's several reasons to why. Obviously, it wouldn't be a cool sequel if Peter or Miles wouldn't have new gadgets to toy around with. Best being the wingsuit, which allows the Spider-Man to glide across New York City like Knuckles the Echidna. And I mean all of New York this time, as there are additional boroughs to explore like Queens. Combat is as fluid and dynamic as it always been, with Miles being able to use his trademark electric venom powers, and Peter now uses, robotic spider arms, I guess. Okay, to be honest, Miles is just more fun to play than Peter since his powers are more entertaining to use. And he has invisibility, which is very useful during the stealth missions. Peter can still use the gadgets he had in the last game, but since Miles also has access to them, it doesn't make him very unique in comparison. At least until the second half of the game kicks in. On the other hand, I think Peter's story is much better than Miles's. As much as I was worried about another Spider-Man sequel involving Harry Osborn popping out of nowhere, at least I enjoyed how the two's friendship is tested throughout the game. Miles does get a few moments to shine, but his story definitely takes a backseat to Peter. But enough about the negativity, because there's a lot to love in Spider-Man 2. Doing the side content in this game can be just as fun as the main campaign. And a clear testament to that is the amount of people who managed to get a platinum trophy in this game. There are a lot of unique set pieces, and the cinematics are gorgeous, accompanied by a stellar voice cast.
Let's go, man, before he gets too far.
No. He's mine.
You sure? He's got big teeth.
So do I.
And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that Spider-Man 2 is arguably one of the most beautiful games of all time. I can't even fathom how gigantic this game is, and yet it's able to hold a steady frame rate of 60 FPS. And if you need further proof, just check the instantaneous fast travel. Even after the 500th time, I still don't know how Insomniac pulled this off. It's only natural that after 3 installments, the series is gonna show some signs of fatigue, but Marvel's Spider-Man 2 still remains as one of the most entertaining superhero games of all time. And dare I say, it's a marvel. Ever since From Software managed to strike gold with Dark Souls, every company wanted to have their own Souls-like. Many tried, but few managed to reach a similar success. I've been known on this channel to preach the good name of Neo, which means, yep, it's 0 days since I last mentioned Neo. But thankfully now we have another great Souls-like to add to the fray, The Lies of P.
Pedo's puppet. We need your help.
But I do have a confession to make about The Lies of P. I originally thought this game is gonna be a movie tie-in to The Life of Pi, the Ang Lee movie with the kid and the tiger, and I was pretty far away from the truth. But it does still have a Hollywood icon in it. Timothy Chalamet.
The game takes place in the fictional city of Krot, where mechanical puppets serve humanity. However, the city of Krot is ravaged due to a puppet frenzy, and it's up to the special puppet P to solve the crisis. The story very loosely follows the tales of Pinocchio, and some familiar faces may appear frequently. While the narrative is understated like similar games of its kin, the environments are the real star of the show. Every area in Krot is fully realized and it's just a joy to explore. Besides the traditional Souls-like gameplay of slashing and avoiding attacks, Lies of P features a unique take on weapons. Each one is comprised by a blade and a handle, and they can be mixed and matched to various effects. Not only that the wind-up animation changes drastically based on the handle chosen, but each one unlocks a special attack that can either buff P or unleash a devastating blow. There are so many other combat abilities like P's prosthetic arm that elevates this game beyond the traditional Souls-like. Last thing I need to touch on is that this game is, well, very hard. Now, I know calling those games hard is like saying Sonic the Hedgehog is blue, but I see more people compare this game to Bloodborne, especially because of its Victorian setting, as opposed to the game that I do think takes more inspiration from, Sekiro. That is due to how parrying the enemies, and especially the bosses, is extremely vital. The room for error to execute a perfect parry is extremely limited, so I would not recommend Lies of P to a beginner compared to the more inviting Elden Ring. That being said, rarely did I feel the game pulled a fast one on me, and I did improve my reflexes every time I died. I remember the main complaint with Lies of P was its linear approach to game design, but personally, I disagree. Not only I enjoyed exploring all the areas in the game due to how beautiful they are, but the majority of them had diverging paths in which you can unlock shortcuts or brand new treasures to find. Look, I love Elden Ring, but one of my complaints with that game was the lack of unique dungeons, and many of the areas felt very derivative of one another. Lies of P proves that there is still room in the world for a classic Souls-like level design, and not every game has to be open world to remain engaging. If you're up to the challenge, Lies of P is one of the best action games, and is the closest one of those Souls-like to have ever come close to Nioh. And if you know me, that is a huge compliment.
Back to the beginning. We all come to a story with hopes and expectations, looking for an answer. Sometimes it would be better to live with that hope without ever knowing the full story.
The phrase style over substance is often used as a negative, but in the case of Alan Wake 2, while there is a lot of substance, the style of this game is off the charts. In this sequel that shifted to a more survival horror focused gameplay, players will get to control not only Alan Wake himself, but also a determined FBI agent named Saga Anderson. Both characters have separate story paths, and players can alternate between them for the majority of the game. I actually want to speak as little as possible about Alan Wake 2, not because there isn't much to talk about, oh boy is there a lot to talk about, but a lot of this game's appeal is jumping without knowing what is gonna happen next. Though I couldn't be helped but be spoiled about the We Sing chapter, considering the fact it was one of the best things the Game Awards has ever done. But that's the point about Alan Wake 2. At its core, it is a horror game with a lot of twists and turns, but it isn't shy about poking fun at itself. This game is sort of a magnum opus to Remedy Entertainment as a studio, and I could go on and on about all the references it has, but one of my personal favorite is including the late and great James McCaffrey as Alex Casey, who originally voiced Max Payne more than 2 decades ago.
The Fed had witnessed something here that made him run scared. Whether the summoning ritual had been a bona fide supernatural event or the mass psychosis of stark raving lunatics, it didn't change the facts. The cult was messing with things no one should mess with.
The main reason why Alan Wake 2 isn't higher on my list is honestly the gameplay. While it is a major improvement over the original game in that department, the combat is still nothing special. It borrows heavily from Resident Evil 2 Remake, and you can tell it immediately with the UI, but my problem is that those annoying axe-throwing enemies from the original game are back, and enemy attacks are much harder to avoid because the dodging window is smaller than usual. But even with its combat woes, I still enjoyed exploring this nightmarish world. Using Alan's ability to rewrite the story and manipulate the world is such an inventive mechanic. And Saga, being an investigator, can go to her personal mind space in order to piece all the evidence she finds in order to find the solution to this weird case. Alan Wake 2 is just a tour de force when it comes to its narrative, and experiencing the story is worth the price of admission alone. This is Remedy Entertainment's personal thank you letter for all the fans that have followed them over the years. And to show my own token of gratitude, I'm going to become the Champion of Light.
Chai, is it?
Yep.
Profession, rock star?
Future rock star.
Are you done?
Yes.
It's hard to avoid leaks, especially before a big presentation by the main three, but sometimes when a genuine surprise occurs, we all win. Hi-Fi Rush came out of nowhere, and from Tango Gameworks of all studios, which are known for their more, macabre taste when it comes to their aesthetics. The game stars Chai, A himbo doofus who wants to become a rock star despite lacking any musical talent. Very relatable. But what he lacks in intelligence, he more than makes up for it with his cheerful attitude as he's roped into an adventure trying to stop the evil Vandalay Corporation. Many games attempt to write humor with mixed results, and by mixed I mean mostly mediocre. Hi-Fi Rush is a genuinely funny game. From the terrifically hilarious cast headlined by Robbie Damon, which might be my favorite role of his ever, and the phenomenal animation that brings every single motion to life. I have never fell in love so quickly with a cast like I did with Hi-Fi Rush, and even in the quieter scene that not much goes on, just the conversation are instantly endearing. And even the villains get a chance to shine, and they definitely steal a lot of scenes too. Especially my girl Corsica. Oh boy, that accent, I melt.
Take a nap and get the Spectra nonsense out of your system. First thing tomorrow's your last chance to come clean.
The rhythm-based combat is an innovative take on the hack-and-slash formula. Pressing the button on the right beat can lead to high scores. I admit, my sense of rhythm isn't exactly the best, especially when it comes to a game where I also need to keep track of the enemies. But the timing doesn't have to be perfect as the game adjusts the tempo based on the player's button presses. Chai can also summon one of his buddies during combat to either inflict more damage or take care of a nasty shield. He can also perform various special moves that shred enemies in more ways than one. Even outside of combat, it's just fun to control Chai, as his jumping controls are mostly precise, and he also gets a hook shot, and you know what I think about those at this point. Originally when I wrote this script, I was going off and on about the closure of Tango Gameworks, but as of this video, the studio is back, and we might actually get more of this wonderful world. If you enjoy rhythm games, action games, or just want to play something that will put a smile on your face, there is no other game that would give you a rush quite like this.
Whoa, this is crazy. Looks like we found our AI.
This is a screensaver, Chai.
It's hard to believe it's been a whole decade since the last Pikmin game sprouted on the scene. I really liked Pikmin 3, but I do think Nintendo tried to bring the series back to basics and remove a lot of things. I'm bringing this up because not only that Pikmin 4 brought up some of the features that I've missed so much, but it's a wonderful culmination of the entire franchise. What makes Pikmin 4 such a great game is the sheer amount of activities to do. The most obvious one being growing the Pikmin army, and there are some new additions such as the Ice Pikmin that freeze water. There's also a massive amount of treasure to collect, some might be familiar to those Nintendo diehards out there. In addition, the dungeons are back! They are still as fun to explore as they were 20 years ago in Pikmin 2. And while time moves much slower there is also severely limited access to extra Pikmin. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the best doggo of the year, Ochi. Initially I thought his addition would dumb down the game significantly, but I can't even imagine a Pikmin game now without him. Being able to move faster while carrying a massive batch of Pikmin, breaking barriers with his rush attack, or even dig or carry heavy treasures. There are also the night missions that play similarly like a tower defense game. Well, I'm not a huge fan of those kind of games, but it adds a Pikmin spin that lets you control the action far better. Especially since you can use your faithful army to unleash the Giant Ball of Doom. There are also Dandori challenges in which you either have to defeat a computer AI or score the most points to win medals. As a member of the prestigious rescue team, you must also retrieve survivors that were stranded on the planet. If you save them, they can give you more quests to gain more experience or abilities to further help you in your adventure. My main gripe with the game, though, is probably the story. I just think there is a little bit too much dialogue, especially towards the beginning, and it's not as clever as it used to be in the prior 3 games. But with all that said and done, Pikmin 4 is an excellent game that, despite its small stature, will give you an abundant amount of enjoyment. Just, Nintendo, please don't wait another decade for the next one. Giant robots are pretty darn cool. That's a no-brainer. However, mech games as a whole were never truly beloved critically. The only series that I recall got a decent amount of praise back in the day were the Mechasoul duology. And since that series ended in 2004, mech games never really truly rose to the mainstream. Even From Software's own Armored Core franchise, despite its venerable history, never truly got the appreciation it deserved, mine included. But when Armored Core 6 was announced in the Game Awards back in 2002, I wanted to see what I missed. And I dabbled in some of the original games, and while they didn't age the most gracefully, building the ultimate mech and engaging in high-octane combat is incredibly addicting. And even though it's been dormant for a whole decade, From Software proved they can create quality titles that are not just a part of the Soulsborne series, and use the lessons learned from those titles to create an excellent mech action game. Let's get straight to the chase. Armored Core 6 is not a Souls game. It's a fast-paced action game filled with giant robots blasting the ever-loving crap of one another. One would expect those big metal ACs to move like lumbering buildings, but the movement is perhaps the best part of the entire game. Dodging attacks left and right, or even boosting at blistering speeds, is some of the most fun I've experienced last year. In fact, the game is easily the most approachable game in the entire series, since death doesn't result in failure, and players are encouraged to experiment with a wide variety of parts. From different weapons like handguns and laser cannons, or changing your parts like your legs or your arms in order to improve your stats. Because who doesn't want to be a mech with giant tank tracks? The one Souls-like element that was introduced in this game is the stagger meter. The more damage inflicted to an AC, the more the bar is gonna fill up. Once full, the AC will become staggered and be susceptible to more damage. That means there are gonna be some enemies that will take forever to chip their health, but using the right weapons to stagger them can be much more beneficial. Even if the story is only told via radio comms, the melodramatic yet earnest delivery makes the journey entertaining at least.
One of the ways that I was gauging how I'm gonna rank each different game in my top 20 is whether or not I would want to play it again. And since I only got one of the 3 endings in Armored Core 6, I definitely want to replay it more because it's incredibly fun. Just boosting around, flying all over the place, slashing and shooting robots to pieces is just so exhilarating. I'm gonna say this right now, I'm christening this as the best mech game of all time, and I am not saying this lightly.
That was just a glimpse. A premonition of the storm of flame that will burn Rubicon.
Oh, would you look at that. Tears of the Kingdom isn't my number 1. And this time I can't use a Sonic game coming out as an excuse. And I know what you might be thinking. Is it because of the weapon degradation is back? No, on the contrary. Link's abilities in this game are some of the most creative in video game history, and Fuse in particular fixes that aforementioned problem. Collecting different ore and monster parts felt a lot more useful in this game, since I can use those to forge brand new weapons. I barely used elemental arrows in Breath of the Wild because they were so scarce and hard to come by, but using elemental fruits to create them is not just easier, but far more economical. The recall power can be used to reverse specific items in time, whether it's to turn back a moving cog, or even lift yourself out of the sky using a block that previously fell. Ascending vertically to higher areas is never dull, and finding ways to close that gap so you can actually activate this power is incredibly fun and inventive. But of course, let's talk Ultra Hand. This was touted as what if Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts was actually good. but I think that undersells how incredibly imaginative this power truly is. Combining almost any object in the world and creating a near limitless amount of contraptions is downright insane. Granted, I was never really a fan of building anything in video games, which is why I was never part of the Minecraft crowd. But despite my shoddy construction skills, even my most mediocre contraptions were pretty useful. From attaching a rocket to a platform in order to cross a chasm, or creating a flying bike, imagination is the only ceiling for creation. Putting all the new powers aside, Totk is a more refined gameplay experience than its predecessor. A lot of the gimmick shrines of Breath of the Wild have been removed, equaling some of the more complex overworld puzzle that felt more arduous than fun. Combat shrines alone are a major improvement since you have to defeat all the enemies in a room with a limited amount of equipment and in your underwear only. Exploring the depths of Hyrule is both rewarding and foreboding. This gargantuan area may be intimidating, but exploring its mysteries definitely holds great rewards, especially to those who can brave the challenge. And I just love the Sky Islands, but I really wish there were just more of them. And they even brought the temples back, and yeah, they're not all winners, but they're the home to some great puzzles that I enjoyed solving. Can't say I'm a fan of the story though. I understand that just like Breath of the Wild, progression isn't linear, but a lot of the cutscenes convey the same information, only with slight presentation differences. There is, however, one revelation that is well earned, and is perhaps one of the best moments in any Zelda game to date. Totk is a massive achievement in both scope and mechanics. While not everything works like its UI or narrative and the combat has pretty much no changes whatsoever, the fact the game is this polished despite running on the aging Switch hardware is remarkable to say the least. I do hope the next Zelda game features some brand new locations, since recycling the same map from the previous title can only work for so long. But considering all the improvements implemented, the new abilities, and just overall quality, there's no need to shed a tear over this monumental success. There used to be this golden age for Mario platformers. Both the NES and the Super NES harbored some of the best platformers of all time. But since then, I wasn't the biggest fan of Mario's 2D escapades. They filled the quota, but they seemed to follow the same formula, like a product coming out of a conveyor belt being mass-produced.
And that is why I'm so excited to talk about my favorite Mario game in quite a while, which is Super Mario Wonder. Or should I say Super Mario Bros. Wonder? I don't know. I think everyone I know calls this game Mario Wonder, so why add the bros there? It just feels kind of extraneous. Just adding extra words. But not for the first time I'm doing this in my videos. I digress.
Let's get the obvious out of the way. This game is absolutely gorgeous. Between the new character designs and the exotic vistas of the new Flower Kingdom, it breathes brand new life into the franchise with new locations and even enemies to see. But if you really want to be stunned, look no further than the Wonder Flower gimmick. And yes, it is a gimmick, but not all gimmicks are inherently bad. The idea that every Wonder Flower can affect either the characters or the environment in a unique and outlandish way keeps the adventure feel fresh throughout. I don't want to spoil all the surprises, but let's just say if you ever wanted to hear a Piranha Plant chorus, now you can. But having style can only carry you so far, and thankfully Mario Wonder also plays phenomenally well. The controls are tight, and jumping is as precise as it's ever been. The elephant power-up definitely became one of the most infamous additions to this game, since you can break walls or spray water with your trunk, but both the bubble and drill power-ups are excellent additions to Mario's arsenal as well. The new batch mechanic can also give Mario and his friends an additional ability that can be beneficial in different levels, such as a higher jump, or a vine Mario can shoot like a hookshot. And you know what I think about hookshots. And one of the most fascinating features to this game is its online multiplayer. And no, I'm not joking. In a very similar implementation of the Souls games of all things, players can witness the ghosts of other characters playing simultaneously. So if you die at any point, said players can revive you. Not to mention the same players can leave a signpost that can serve as an additional checkpoint. This may sound like Mario Wonder is easy, but considering the vast amount of levels, collectibles, and later challenges, you will need any advantage you can get. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is one of the best Mario games ever made. The creativity and imagination just pours from every corner, and it doesn't lose its luster throughout its runtime. I would even go as far to say this is the best 2D Mario game since Super Mario World all the way back in 1991. This game is a must-own for the Switch, and there is no better adjective to describe it but wonderful.
Ugh. You know, I hate myself sometimes. Do you remember in the past when I used to have caveats where I don't include ports and remasters in my lists because, well, those games came out in the past and they only have minor changes at best? But with remakes, it's a little bit different because they can change the foundation altogether, which is why I included some in the past, including one in this particular video. But I never thought I would place one so incredibly high on my list. It just feels unfair with all the amazing games that we got. And yet I have to say this, Resident Evil 4 Remake not only made one of my favorite games of all time just as adequate as it was in 2005, it made it even better, and I hate myself for that.
I, like many, thought that remaking Resident Evil 4 felt like a Sisyphean task for a couple of reasons. First, there are other games in the series that would rather benefit the remake treatment, like Resident Evil 0 or Code Veronica. And second, why do we need to improve on perfection?
I've sent my right hand to dispose of you.
Your right hand comes off?
But at the end of the day, the changes made to Resident Evil 4 Remake are clever and effective. The story, while still retaining some of its camp moments, is taken a bit more seriously this time around. Especially the way they handled Ashley, who is portrayed less like a damsel in distress and more like a capable ally to Leon. And while I do think the remake handles her and Luis incredibly well, some characters, and especially the villains, are surprisingly understated, which is rather disappointing. But even with my woes, this story doesn't repeat the original beat by beat, and it does address some plot holes that were never talked about in the original game, like Leon's relationship with Krauser. And of course I can talk about how beautiful this game is and how amazing it sounds, but I really want to focus on the gameplay. I replayed the original RE4 in 2022 in preparation for the remake, and being able to shoot only when you're in aiming mode definitely felt dated. However, what made the original RE4 so great is the fact that the enemy AI worked in tandem with this mechanic, so they don't just storm at Leon due to his still movement. In return, the remake modernizes the controls, allowing Leon to shoot and move at the same time, but that also means the enemies are far more aggressive. And you know what? I love that! The action becomes tenser, all different shootout scenarios requires constant movement, and some new enemies like those bull-masked brutes that I don't want to meet in a dark alley. The knife also becomes a more essential tool, used to either parry attacks or escape in the grasp of an enemy. Not to mention it's quite good for the newly implemented stealth kills. In fact, reinforcing the knife has become my #1 priority in the shop, because unlike the original, knives can shatter upon excessive usage. While the game follows the framework of the original, it does remixes some of the level design and even the bosses. Not every change is perfect, as I do think, for example, the minecart section in the original is much more intense and dynamic compared to the rather pedestrian interpretation of the remake. My point is that as great as Resident Evil 4 Remake truly is, it does not, and I repeat, does not invalidate the original game. though I could do without all the QuickTime events. It still remains one of the best games of all time. Think of it like a Fullmetal Alchemist vs. Brotherhood situation, where both versions have their merits and they can coexist with one another. I have no idea how Capcom done this, but they've created yet another masterpiece and absolutely outdone themselves. Everything from the production values to the clever gameplay changes, this is a AAA game at its absolute peak. So you know what? No, I don't feel guilty at all placing this game as high as it is. Despite being a remake, it more than earns the #1 spot and it should be celebrated. I don't even know where the Resident Evil franchise can go from here, but you know what? I doubt it can get any better than this.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?